with Miramar there as our juice and the salad, as I like to always say, of Sandholt, which we can spice it up with a couple salad sauces there.
Absolutely.
But also our squad rosters here will be starting off with Galatasaray. I mean, need no introduction here, Neptura. They are the team to be coming out as the victors of last season. And, of course, Toffee, the MVP. That's going to be a scary one that I'm looking for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think they have a lot to live up to just within themselves, right? I think a lot of people after their performance last season, they're really going to be a lot of expectations are going to be on them. A lot of the viewers, a lot of their supporters, they're going to be ready for that same sort of performance. We might not see that out the gate, but yeah, Galatasaray have big shoes to fill, even if it is their own here, Wolf.
Here we go, see if they can defend their title, because we've still got other teams coming in here. Brute Force, Densback Wildcats, and Rook Dream Corps. Rook Dream Corps, an interesting one, but where we've seen the Rook Eternal and also DAG 77 Dream Corps coming together. So I'm curious to see how they'll combine. We've got Sayonova and Bazumi from the old DAG roster, and also Rose, should I say, as well. But we've even got Sonda there, being one of those Rook Eternals joining them. So have they been able to get that synergy? Because even their Sonya from Rise Divas, I think, is one of the biggest players I'll be looking at. Because when we look at Rise Divas in the last season, they were the ones to go second place.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I think they've got, again, a lot to live up to, but I think they're going to be doing very well. They're very seasoned players, both Galatasaray and Rook Dream Corps. All of these girls are very, very experienced players. You could say the same for, actually, all four on the board here. I mean, you've got Yagi and Hate Me from Brute Force, and Denise Bagman Wildcats. You got Yelem and Eddie Boudou has been here for a while. So I really like how these rosters are shaping up. There are a few changes, but overall, you've got some really strong contenders here.
Yeah, I think Galatasaray, they've got to have that step up now coming into 6 months gap where these teams have been able to adapt, to be able to grow and be able to improve their skills right on the micro and the macro level of PUBG. And I think Erangel, as we looked at before, will be definitely a great opportunity for some of these players to be able to prove what they've learned, especially coming out of the gate in this first game, because as we say, it's not only just these teams. We've got an absolutely stacked series in our first group of players, all competing to set their name into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, KYS Virtue. I mean, you got Kowalski, Aquarius, Delicia. Delicia was a big contender going back to season 1 and 2, if I'm remembering correctly. So she's always been a big, one we repeated a lot. I think her name was shouted a lot as she made her plays. So I'm looking at her specifically and the rest of the team as well. And then Bonfire, an old name going back to season 1, but with a new squad this time, it looks like. So I'm interested to see, new young blood. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, Bonfire was a completely revamped squad here. In Slytherin, we still got a few other names here coming in, where we have QSC and Nuzix also from that Rock Eternal Season 2 roster. So I'm curious to see how they'll also adapt with their new players as well, because I think it's all about that synergy as well. And we want these teams coming into the first game. Yes, they might be a bit flashy, looking to show us what they've got, but they've got to be able to still control the important basics of the game and show us if they can synergize well on this first day, because that really is going to set a tone to what we expect of these players.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I think there is some benefit to the women's competitive scene being so small, in that a lot of these players know each other really well. They all play together on their off time, whether or not they're in a team together. So I think in terms of synergy, as you were kind of saying, I think it is an advantage for a lot of these teams that they actually do know each other outside of a competitive team anyway. So they've already got a little bit of that synergy. Now it's just got to be put in a competitive zone. And also shout out to KMG Esports, because I've just seen that Diavla is in there. Diavla, my girl, I've been working with her lately. So super excited to see how she's going to perform in this new team.
Big shoes to fill for you, Neptune, then, as we go on to our final few set of teams coming in to our first group today. And when we're looking also at these teams, you mentioned about the synergy. I think also a bit of pressure, though. And how do you feel these teams, especially considering you said you worked with a couple of these teams, you've been doing coaching, how do you think these teams are going to adapt or deal with the pressure today for this first series of matches?
I think that it's going to be kind of across the board. The kind of the same thing you see from the main tournament teams. They're all going to be kind of feeling each other out. There's going to be a little bit of that pressure. I would really hope that the more experienced players on these teams would really show the younger teams, or younger players rather, the ropes, and kind of get them on the same page at least. I think there's going to be a lot of feeling out today, a lot of feelers being put out there. You might see a few more hesitant plays. You might see some bigger teams going out a little early, depending on their play style. And then by tomorrow, I think we should be all good to go, and teams should really start playing on their best behavior.
And you know what I missed actually from watching PUBG Mobile is the vehicle plays. That is what I missed. I've started to look at the learning to drive deal now that I'm back in the UK, and I'm wanting to see if they can show me how to drive properly, because this is what I need to understand. How is it? How do you go from putting your foot into the vehicle to actually getting success? That's what I'm looking for, because we've seen a lot in PUBG Mobile, driving gone great, but driving gone wrong as well.
Yes, we really have, haven't we? Oh my goodness. I'm really hoping for a lot of that, because I think the running theme last season was always at least one person knocked herself, which was always really funny to see. This time I need car accidents. That would be really funny to make that the running theme of this game, of this event rather. But honestly, I think with the car meta, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more vehicle action, coming into the end game especially. And that's what I love to see, because it means aggression, it means timing, it means forward thinking, and that's all staples of what this game is all about. So to succeed, you need the car meta. So please, girlies, use it. It's really fun. It's fun to watch.
Yeah. And as well as the car meta, right, also that leads into a change in the rotational meta and how we adapt coming into those later rotations. I'm interested to see, are these teams going to still look to stay towards the edge of those zones, rotate in later and use those vehicles, of course, as that blockade in potentially those more flat, open end games? Or are we going to see teams look to try to rush into that center early? Because it's been a while, as I said, since I've been able to watch PUBG Mobile, so I'm actually curious myself, how is it going to change? What are we going to see now 6 months on?
Right. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It really is. I want to see them adapt to how they prefer to play, in the sense that, sometimes a lot of the time you'll see teams move to the edge only because that's where they can go. And a lot of that is due to bad timing and rotations and things like that. And it's all those little mistakes that end up putting you in a place, in a part of the zone that you really don't want to be in, especially if you're going to try using that car meta. As you said, it changes those rotations coming in. You want to make sure that those teams, that those cars are available to you, that you're not getting shot at lazy rotations that put your cars and all that sort of stuff. So it really goes back all the way to the beginning of the game, to where you want to set up these things. As we're setting up right now, Wolf, into game, and Erangel number 1, let's go.
Yeah, and I think a really great playing path to start these teams off as well. We've got a very even split. These teams should have really no excuse for going to where they want to go. You've got access down to sort of Northgate Island, but also up towards the outskirts, to the east, the west and northern side. And I'm curious then to see if we start to see in this early game teams maybe dropping on top of each other, because as we said, it's the first game, teams are feeling each other out, but they might not have been able to understand fully if they get contested in this early game. And you can start to see some teams getting close together as we look at Galatasaray and what they can do. You've got down to the south also on the side of a few teams looking to maybe make that rotation, especially in with that zone.
Yeah, I think now Galatasaray have got to be very careful right off the bat. You're going to have a lot of teams coming in from school, from Rosshawk, all those sorts of areas, as well as the Wildcats. Now, the Wildcats going straight back to their original spot. That has not changed since the beginning of Season 2. So, again, they're going to have to defend that fairly well as. But honestly, we're seeing, again, as I kind of expected from the first game of the first day, we're seeing a very passive sort of approach to game one. I do see they probably could have done some hot dropping and done all that. That would have been equally first day vibes. But they're going passive this time around. You're seeing a lot more of just kind of like, you know what, we'll just keep to ourselves. You know, we're good. Except for perhaps... it's not Sandhawk, is it? That's not Severny. There we go. That's the actual name of the town. It kind of looked like there were two teams up there, Goat and maybe KMG, but I'm not entirely certain about that.
Yeah, and I also see some singular players dropping away from their teams, so I'll be curious at how they use their location on their own, being careful, being mindful, of course, of the teams around them and their vulnerability by using also the information that they're gathering on how best to rotate into this zone, because realistically you're looking at the northwestern side, those bridges from the cities coming in, teams looking to maybe control those choke points, but also I liked actually what Pain did moving down into the ferry pier earlier on here for Pain Ladies, because I think that was really crucial for them to avoid those southern rotations equally from those teams in on the eastern end.
Absolutely. But I did see in the kill feed, Wolf, we got one down from KMG, so there is an actual hot drop in Severny. I don't know why Severny ends up being the hot drops, place. I don't understand that, because there's not as much loot up there as, you generally see on a competitive Erangel match. So I'm not sure why they insist on hot dropping Severny, but there you go. There are two teams up there, but they look like they've gotten the res back up and running, so we're all good on that front. No players lost just yet, which is fairly good, because, we've only got, we're only in 3 minutes into the game. Who is this? NTX. Okay, so not Go, NTX.
Yeah, NTX up towards this north side, as you said, KMG are there. It looked also like KMG, we could see on the map earlier on, that they were maybe making this more southern rotation with one of their players, maybe looking to wrap around and create that pincer point onto NTX from two different angles. I would be curious to see if they can pull that off, but NTX, they do look like they've got that separation, they've still got that control. I don't imagine too much should come out of these two teams, because they are still quite far away from the zone. They will naturally also want to make sure and be mindful of that they want to get back in towards the edge of this zone too.
They will indeed, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see which kind of side they rotate on. Are they going to end up going their separate ways? It looks like KMG have got a head start and gone, you know what, this isn't worth it. We've got a little bit of loot, now we just need to move on, go our ways. Yeah, because it does look like Sagita was the one that went down. Yeah, now seems like a good time to just get out of there. You know what? First game, you don't need to take the fight. Just let them have Severny. You can always hit back harder another day, or they may just decide, you know what, Severny's not all that's cracked up to be anyway. We're just going to go elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think down towards Rosshawk, I mean, you could equally, as we said, go towards that Georgia Pole Bridge side, where there are a few teams. You mentioned, obviously, Wildcats being there and loving to continue to drop down on that Georgia Pole City. But I think they maybe just take it slow, look at these shorter buildings or so, take it into a slow rotation beginning to the edge of the zone. We saw that kind of pop around the edge of ruins just past Rosshawk itself, and I think that they will be able to avoid a lot of the teams for now. I think staying together though is crucial, because KMG, as they make these vehicle rotations in, I don't want them to be losing players, going too wide and then not being able to recover. If they lose one or two players, it gets a lot harder to rotate into that zone coming in later into the game.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. It is something they're going to have to be careful with, especially with this zone in particular. You do have the Nice Bank Wildcats guarding the north. You have Galatasaray and probably everybody from Roshawk as well, moving forward and kind of protecting that side of zone. So you're either looking at a rotation from these northern teams, or you're looking at a very, very long road trip all the way down to the south side where there are also teams. So for us, this is a great zone because it gives us lots of action. We got lots of stuff going on. For these teams, it's not so fun because, they have some choices to make. They've got some choices to make early and in a timely manner. So we'll just have to see how each team takes it. The Wildcats, for now, they're going to be taking it way up onto that mountainside, but it looks like somebody's right behind her, so I'll have to see how that plays out. But Brute Force it Ad Astra, Hate Me, and Yagi, both over here on the Pachinki Hills, moving forward, and this is really prime spot for them, so nice timing for them to come up and move up here. If they can keep this position, they could be in for a few kills here.
Yeah, I think this high ground, keeping the information would be crucial for Brute Force here. And as we look at actually KMG also getting shot now by the Density Bank Wildcats, who are taking refuge on top of the hillside. KMG are going to avoid, though, the shots for now. They're going to all get around, but they will have to take the long route away from the side of the Gatka Hill and maybe look towards possibly the ruined side, maybe look towards Gatka Fields. It's going to be difficult for them because KMG, they are now, yes, inside of the zone. They're a bit more towards the center, but they don't really have a place to call their own yet. They are still in this unknown territory. They know that there's a team up north, but where are the rest of the teams around them still?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is very true. I mean, at least the way that they've gone, that entire western side doesn't have, as far as I remember, at least last time we looked at the map, doesn't really have anybody over there. So they could go to the west coast and be quite happy for now. But that, of course, is the phrase of the day, isn't it? For now. That's not a substantial place to actually set up for the rest of the game. So it's really going to have to see how we go into that second and third circles to really determine who's going where. Because it is still very early. I mean, we've been yakking and talking about all these, rotations and all this sort of stuff, but it's still very, very early, and these teams have got a really great handle on their timing because, look, we're not even on Zone 2 yet. Zone 2 has not shifted up, and they're already on the way, and they're late compared to some of these teams, so we'll see how this goes, but NTX even might run into somebody. Now, that is interesting. From the team over in Georgia Pole, they're actually going through to Yabasnaya and around. That is very interesting from them. I did not expect that, seeing as they were in Georgia Pole. They only had the Wildcats on that north side, but it looks like teams have already gone to the western side fairly quickly, so good call.
And you do see a few of these other teams as well coming down from the north side. I think we'll probably see NTX also look towards that Gatka Hill side, look to try use that as a hill or some way to get high ground information on the rest of these teams closer to the zone as they are making that slightly later rotation, but they possibly still get caught out by the Wildcats on the other end of that mountain. They won't know that they're there until they rotate around the other end. As we do move back to Brute Force Ad Astra, keeping an eye on this hillside themselves, and you've also got here in Brute Force Yagi and XQ together coming from Slime Machine Girls. Now, Slime Machine Girls in Season 2, they got 4th place. So I'm looking really at Yagi and XQ as these two players, these two veterans, right, alongside, as we mentioned, the new players coming into this season. How they're going to be able to take charge and be able to also help these new players in amongst the new season here that we have.
Yeah, me too, except, wait, hang on, Galatasaray, Bonfire not having a good start to the game, 2 already eliminated. I think that's Galatasaray moving in. Yeah, I figured they would. That's 2 knocks. They're not going to let go of that. I think Bonfire's days are numbered. Oh, yeah. It is Tofita with that spray into Bonfire. I mean, and this, you just see, don't you, Galatasaray, the veterans that they are, the winners of, the first part of the season. Such a good team. I mean, that was an instant push. Bonfire had 0 chance there. So, GG's Bonfire, better luck next time. But dang, Galatasaray not disappointing in any way, shape, or form there.
Yeah, Galatasaray showing us why they were the champions, why Toffee was the MVP in Season 2. Brute Force still holding edge of this hillside and of the zone. And also, as we get to talk about a few of these more teams coming in, Go Valkyries, another one of these teams playing in today. And we were mentioning it before, there are a few teams who didn't get the greatest finishes in terms of their previous teams, but have joined up together now with maybe one or two of the top players of last season. And we've got O'Daddy there, alongside also Tyre from Armed Family Girls, and they too having new players on their team. I'm actually curious about how some of these players from Rise Divas in the previous season look to try to take their new teams up towards each other, as Virtue, Kowalski will find one of their team knocked down by the looks of it from a couple of these other teams in the outside here. Question mark, one of them looking to also come in to the edge of this zone.
Yeah, this is interesting. By the way, I love the name question mark. That's such a great name. But this bit of zone getting very busy all of a sudden. There's got at least 3 teams in this one area, and I think because zone has continued to move down to the south, that these teams are kind of getting bunched up here. I would really like KYS to keep this hill here. Virtue got a really good spot, but Aquarius does go down, so now they're down to 3. It might be time to back off just a little bit. I just hate when that happens, because that is such a great hill to defend from, and now unless they're going to move right out of the way, which it looks like they're doing, they're really just giving that high ground to another team. So I'm curious to see how this one turns out for them. I would have liked them to keep that hill, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, Aquarius, that new player for their team as well. The rest of them all have come through from Season 2. And I think Virtue, they should still have that synergy to keep themselves together. They've got that mountainside as well, down towards the south, and I think they should be realistically okay. They shouldn't get into too much trouble. It's going to be difficult for a team obviously to charge them on that slight hillside that they got on the buildings that they should be able to defend this and defend themselves for now, but it will set them back on their rotation moving in later to the game. Digital Athletics here as well on the quarry side, keeping an eye on the Wildcats as they rotate past them.
Indeed. Yeah, Quarry not being super busy at the minute. Digital Athletics do have a fairly open spot. Oh, but that zone, yeah, definitely putting these teams very close to each other. Still, no one going over to that island side, though. Everyone's deciding it is going to be the mainland. Honestly, I'm not so sure. I think it could end Ferry Pier. I think it might even go a little bit more towards the bridge. But we'll just have to see. A couple of teams still outside of zone, though, KMG being one of them. They had a very early rotation, got caught early, but managed to escape, and looks like they're going to be going from the frying pan and into the fire just a little bit here with these new teams coming in.
Yeah, and that shift as well from the more western side back onto the east of that zone, going to ping-pong a few of these teams back into the zone quite quickly because of the way it's decided to shift 50-50. These teams want to have a position around the edge of that bridge, be able to rotate or have an access point on the ocean side through to that soft Novka South Island if need be, because it is still up in the air of where this final zone will go, and that is why I think we might see some more fighting of these teams coming into this next phase and into stage 3.
Yeah, I think this is where it's going to start really, really heating up. We're already getting a few knocks. Virtue have lost Aquarius, of course. But BF, wait, BF? What's BF? I'm just on-air confusion right here. BFX and BF, what's the difference? I'm sure we'll get that later. Brute Force. Yes, of course, I knew that. Brute Force at Astra have one down already. So we're starting to see these teams start to dwindle just a little bit. There is fighting going on. And the Wildcats, oof. You know what, Wolf? I gotta say it. Too many times I see teams on low ground just because it's a compound. I really don't care that there's a compound there. Look where that compound has gotten you. A lot of smokes and a lot of bad angles. So I really wish teams wouldn't do this. But you know what? There they are, and we'll see how they get themselves out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively put themselves in between two hillsides, right? Yes, they've got a hill behind them on one angle to move closer into a zone. That zone has looked like it's shifted maybe towards that South Island by the looks of it as well. KMG coming in, it means that Dempsey back Wildcats, they realistically need to move up past the scorer side and into the zone and avoid this fight, because that did look like a big shift for them now, 850 odd meters or so away from that next phase.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I just want to know how the Wildcats actually all got into vehicles. Was no one shooting on them when they got into those vehicles? Because now it seems like they're out and everything's fine and dandy, which I do not understand one bit. But there you go. It's fine. Oh. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
That is a zone where the Highland Wolf has come back, and the game has decided to take my evil sort of ethos that I've had bought 6 months ago back into the PUBG world. So I'm very sorry, ladies, but I had to do it to you in the first game. We're having a 50% water zone on our angle. I love the South Island, though. Everyone should know it by this point, and I think this position on the South Island, particularly here, for MIR is going to be so beautiful if they can hold it. But the problem is they didn't hold it backside. They're too focused on these rotational teams, or these rotations from teams coming in across the water, that now you've got the side of Go Valkyries, Oh Daddy, the squad that we talked about, now leading their way in behind them. This beautiful position for Gristo, firing down onto them in Mir Esports. It really just doesn't look great. You've split two of your members away from the fight. Now they can start to focus on the solo, the grenade even from Gristo, to deny them coming back up towards the fight itself.
Oh no, and now Rook at the back as well, so Goat's now getting sandwiched. It's just a sandwich, I gotta say. Well, this side of zone of the island is fantastic. It's great, but it's such a pain for these poor teams. Question mark now getting shot at. Gristo's got a great position here, I gotta say, but now two of her team are down. MT still got full squad down there. Don't know how they managed that one. And Rook up top, who in fact have an angle. So Satan Nova, she's really, really good with her aim. So Gristo's got to be super, super careful with this one.
Yeah, Ty and Gristo, crucial position here for their team. Unfortunately, they looked maybe for Old Daddy to come to the revive for their initial knocked member. They step out now. They also get caught. And Rook could take advantage of this. They know where Gristo is. But if Ty and Gristo can stay together, they have that high point advantage. They have a strong position still in this zone.
They do indeed. I really love Galatasaray's position here, actually. It's not going to hold out forever. They are going to have to make a move eventually, but that little bit of zone that they do have, and the sea that they have guard over, I guess, really puts these other teams in a position of, if you're already compared to Galatasaray here, it's a really, really good spot for them. I think they are looking to move just a tad early, in my opinion. I would like to see them, be there just a little bit longer, have a few more shots there. But, that zone is pressuring them just a little bit. It's probably going to get a little bit faster now. So they're going to have to make the choice they do, especially when that zone goes all the way over to the bridge. Not going to say I told you so.
Yeah, and also Rook here have helped Mir Esports get back into this game. It looked like they were out, but now you've got Gristo. Noctire has to come up to the rescue, and that's brought the opportunity here for Mir Esports to climb this mountain. They put a smoke behind them on also Rook to block, but it looks really desperation point here for Go Valkyries. One nade, they know where they are. Could be pretty obvious. You see that one almost hit Tyre, but there goes one dropping the health bar. They step up. Tyre's gonna maybe look to try and get out, but not out of the way in time. Mir come back up, eliminate Go Valkyries, and now they're the ones in control of the edge of this zone.
You could say, Wolf, that they're kings of the castle after Goat. I mean, if anybody who has goats, they know that goats do play king of the castle a lot.
They are the goats.
That goat got yeeted. Yes, they did indeed. Mir, great play to come up a cliff as well. Really difficult to come up that cliffside. The one advantage, you don't have to watch your back because no one can actually get you from the seaside. So really, really nice play from them. Unfortunately, not quite in zone, so they're going to have to take an inferior position here just a know what? Where are they now? Near how many eliminations? 3. Pretty good results so far.
Yeah, I would have also liked question mark here to be a little bit more up towards the edge of that hillside. I think they could really have taken advantage as their zone shifted back towards them, right, of these teams now having to come down into that inferior position, where I think question mark are playing very defensive, and it will keep them alive, but you still got now this problem of where they're going to come into this inferior position. They are going to now have the buildings for security. You didn't catch them on that rotation, and now they are at a closer point where you can start to move forwards towards you, separate out easier to attack you later on in this phase 4, phase 5 stage.
I absolutely agree, and I will add to that question mark run the risk of actually going forward in future games and just going back to playing the same sort of way. But Sonya experienced getting into KMG Wolf. Oh, done, dusted. KMG out. I was not expecting them to go out this early, but Rook Dreamcore showing them who is boss indeed right before getting into zone. But they're not done yet, because now even more formidable Galatasaray right behind them.
And Galatasaray, though, they do look like they're in trouble. They're just coming up. They need that extra player on Galatasaray to be able to save them, and they will be able to manage it. For now, it's behind shots. Rose trying to snipe down into the blue, but they cannot find anyone to share. Only one knock for now. And it looks like Galatasaray might just be the end of them in this first game. They are injured, but they are alive barely. Only, though, kicking on the edge of life. Digital Athletics as well, on the edge. Now got back up onto the land. Question mark still keeping defensive, though. And this is great for Digital Athletics. It's going to buy them this opportunity to potentially continue to wrap through, but they need to be fast because Wildcats are coming onto the shore too.
Yeah, I'm just in shock at how many teams just went out there. I mean, I suppose the zone's doing its work, but that was a lot of teams all of a sudden. We went from 14 teams alive to just 9 now. Galatasaray, Rook, MIR, TPAS, messed that one up, BF, question mark, Wildcats, Digital Athletics, and KYS Virtue. I mean, all 9 of those doing fairly well so far. TPES, only a solo, though. But for the most part, we got some at least 3 strong teams, but here we go. We said it, didn't we, Wolf? Question mark, now in trouble.
Yeah, and they've also expended a lot of that utility as well, Neptune. Look at all of the smokes that they put down already. They're not going to have that for later on, and this zone looks like it could slow down a little bit towards this end game. In KYS, they've still got vehicles here, crucially. We talked about it at the start of today. That will be a crucial point getting into these more open zones. It's gone down towards the shoreline. You've not really got that much of a blockade, but I think KYS, if they can start here Virtue moving around onto those buildings, you can see with the sandbags, they start to have an entrance into question mark.
They really do. I'm hoping that Brute Force actually used that hill before having to move in. The zone may stop that from happening, but I would love it if Brute Force would actually just use that hill, spray down, and then move in. But I don't know that they're really going to be able to do that, as we do lose TPES, and now question mark is starting to feel the heat. We got all kinds of stuff going on here because it's so open, and you're right, question mark, using all those smokes here might just prove their undoing as the zone continues to move to that open ground and straight onto MIR.
Toffee, MVP of last season, raining it down on the nades, but getting caught out here, has to jump back into the blue, has only a sliver of that rock left to protect them. They've still got a couple players here. Also, Lara on the outskirts. They have opportunities to split as KYS Virtue. Unfortunately, question mark, they now come out of hiding and they eliminate them through. Also, Rook will join them. Now down to our final 5.
I'm sorry, how did question mark survive that? There's no way they should have survived that. Hello? With 6 eliminations, you're telling me they had a beach position and they won that? Alright, kudos. Big kudos there. They're still in it to win it potentially here. Galatasaray taking shots across the way. Of course, this is what they're known for. Galatasaray with that long-range spray, stopping everybody and everything from coming into that zone themselves. But no, Pukeda not doing enough to concede. seal herself, but honestly, I gotta say, this team, MIR, doing their work really, really well. 8 eliminations. The zone keeps going to that compound. They've got all these angles locked down.
Exactly, and MIR Esports, they look like this is their game to win. They just have to control the final invade of these teams. Question mark coming in. They take down Ali. They're looking to take down the second. They're coming round on the opposite end. But who are these other teams too? Can MIR defend themselves? Question mark. It might just be the end of them, as also they will fall to Digital Athletics. They take each other out. MIR only now them versus here Brute Force at Astra, but there is no way for realistically Brute Force to get into this zone. They have no vehicle. They have the open ground to make it to the zone. In MIR, all they got to do here is just wait, hold 1 more minute in the zone will do the work for them to get this victory.
I mean, the only way that they could possibly do this is Brute Force still have that. They'd have to get 2 knocks and just make an immediate push. Even then, it's going to be dicey if they actually end up winning this or not. MIR are going to be feeling very, very comfortable indeed. And it looks like maybe even MIR looking to actually push up a little bit. They've got those smokes coming out. You saw them maneuvering their vehicles just a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if MIR just went, you know what, there's 2 up there. Let's just finish this. Ooh, especially
that will be it, I think. Yeah, Dino will fall, and now MIR, they're going to rush it here for the final elimination point. MIR should be our champions here for the first chicken dinner of the tournament. They're trying their best here, Brute Force, but it's not enough. They're from all angles, and MIR Esports will claim the first chicken winner dinner here for our Season 3. And Neptura, I think it was a strong, mid-season. But Neptura, I should say that it was a pretty strong showing from MIR. I like the way that they tried to control moving into the zone. They did make a bit of a mistake against, I would argue, here, Payne, who had, or should I say, Go Valkyries actually, who had an opportunity to take them out, but Rook helping them to get back up into this game, and they used that opportunity well to the victory.
Yeah, they did a phenomenal job there. I mean, there should have been no way they would have gotten up off that ridge side, off that cliff, but they managed to get back up. And yeah, you are right. They were helped by Rook there, just pinning Goat down a little bit. But still, they had to keep themselves there, keep Rook for taking them out, and they just maneuvered that really, really well. You saw that timing. It all comes down to timing. It's my favorite aspect of the game in many ways. Just getting that timing down just wins you so, so much. So big GG's coming in from them. 15 eliminations by this team. What a great, solid performance for their first game.
To come out to this tournament with Nepture, it's going to be a massive confidence booster more than anything for MIR Esports here in this next season, because this is what you want. You want to feel confident.
Have fair, because I think we had a lot of teams there with a full a full squad. No, not a full squad. A lot of kills, or a lot of eliminations, rather, coming into that game. So I think a lot of points from a lot of teams there. So should be interesting to see how this first game shapes up those leaderboards initially. But you know what? You're right. This is going to be a great confidence boost for MIR coming into the first day, first game. They're set up probably almost for the rest of the day now, right? So they can have a couple more good games, but they don't have to have it on this big of a scale. They are good for today. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, especially on Miramar, where I think a lot of people don't really think about the terrain of Miramar, how bumpy it actually is, and how much slower that makes your rotation. So we're going to be really, hopefully, looking for some quicker rotations on a lot of these girls' parts here, just to make up for that slow going on Miramar. But back to Erangel, match ranking 25 points total. But you know what? GS coming in with 12, and nope, that's Galatasaray, and question mark. This is all messed up. The logos and everything are not the same, so I don't know which ones to actually go for here. But you know what? Second place team had 12 points. We'll get it sorted. I think yes, Miramar, where you do tend to have later rotations. You see a lot of teams make their rotations through the blue. So I think for Miramar and even Sandhawk, I think you're going to be seeing a lot more of an edge play. I think it's become a lot more popular to have a center position for Erangel specifically, just because of the terrain and everything. You really want to get center zone, the way the zone actually behaves most of the time, all that sort of stuff. And so I think for Miramar rather, yeah, absolutely. I think we will be able to see some more edge play, which should make things a little bit more interesting from the get-go.
Indeed, as we look at also the top 5 eliminations here from our first game, no surprise that MIR are taking a bunch of those spots in the top 5, but Toffee as well, we mentioned it, they're the MVP from last season, there with a question mark, somehow still surviving in that game for those extra points. They turned it on, still in a game where it counted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Looking very, very nice. What is interesting coming in, at least for this first game from Season 2, is the drastic difference between these teams' kind of bars here. We generally see a lot more evenness across the board, where we're not seeing that for this one. And probably that is just because of the type of zone that it was. I mean, a lot of teams just got out stuck swimming, couldn't do much about it, couldn't really defend themselves, so no damage, no eliminations, and that's normal. So I think we'll see that change as we get further into the evening. But yeah, it is an interesting way to look at these damage elimination kind of comparisons, I suppose, in this bar form, because you see kind of what everybody is doing. You do see a lot more damage from Goat, Wildcats, and KMG than eliminations, which is a little unfortunate, but that is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Sometimes you try your best, but the others just snipe those elimination points away, as we saw. I think a little bit of a subdued game from the majority of those players. Definitely, as we said, it was about getting those rotations into the zone. Some of them more unfortunate than others, getting to those side of the sort of North Korea military base island. I think we're now going into game number 2. We really have to look at, can these teams keep up a consistent position from that first game? Can they show us that they are more than just a one-game wonder? And can they get more points here on a different map?
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the question here. I think, speaking of question mark, I'm interested to see how they do. I thought they were a goner for sure, but you know what? They came back fighting and ended up getting a couple more placement points on the board for them. So I'm interested to see how they use this Miramar, as well, of course, as MIR. Let's see how they can play this. Galatasaray, generally very consistent, so there's no real doubt there. But a lot of these teams are going to be looking for a better game, or even just extra consistency. So we'll see how this goes.
And I think also some of the other teams here looking to take up to their Miramar game a few more points for themselves. I think there are a lot of opportunities for a lot of these teams now to prove themselves that they can come back. That was a tough first game. It was a tough entrance for them all to get into the tournament. Miramar, I'm hoping it will be a bit more easygoing, but still, as we said, it's no joke when it comes to those rotations. I think I'm also wanting to see a bit more maybe fighting going on earlier on. We didn't get to see that action that I was looking for starting out in the game, even though we had a couple hot drops.
Yeah, that was interesting. I think generally the women's league much quicker into the fighting and all the action and stuff. We generally see that a little bit quicker. The games aren't as quiet early on. But yeah, I think again today they're just feeling everything out, kind of getting to know the vibes, and starting from either the end of tonight or going into day 2, we should be seeing a lot more of that action early on, Wolf.
We'll have to see that action happen after a break here, where we'll be back for game 2. Miramar, don't go anywhere.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move This is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome back, everyone, here to the PUBG Mobile Wonder League mid-season showdown. My name is Haaland Wolf, joined by Neptura here, where we had a action-packed game one on Erangel, a diabolical zone shift going down to the Southern Africa military base. But now we are here for Game 2, the first of Miramar. Neptura, can MIR Esports keep that streak running? They had a good first game. Is it possible for game number 2?
That whole thing that I had was muted. Okay. Rip. All right. So, basically, viewers, I'm sorry if you couldn't lip read. Basically, all I said was, I'm sure MIR will have a great time in Miramar because it's MIR is the first 3 letters of the name of Miramar, so they should be good to go on that front. On the other front, though, I will say Galatasaray should be doing quite well here. Wildcats do very well in Miramar as well, but Galatasaray are really good at their long range, which of course Miramar is known for. So I'm looking at those teams in particular to be doing very well here this time around.
Yeah, Galatasaray, I think, went out a bit earlier than what they wanted to in terms of what they were expecting to show us in this first game so far. I'm hoping that we get to see the Galatasaray that we saw in last season. I'm hoping that we get to see also the side of Toffee show us a bit more, because we got a glimpse of what Toffee could show us in those few early skirmishes where they tried to defend themselves inside the blue, but as we said, that zone was a wake-up call for these ladies in this first game, and I'm hoping they're all as awake as me for game number 2 now. We have some interesting drops. I'm actually very curious about this Southern Prison Island drop coming through from a couple of these teams.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm looking particularly down to the south side there. 4 teams down there. No one in Los Leones yet, and then everybody up to the north side. So it's a very interesting turn of events there. We'll have to see if the zone corroborates that. Me personally, because I'm just evil, I would love it to go down to prison. The zone needs to go south. That would be so much fun, and it's the complete opposite. So honestly, that's the best for all concerned, really. This is the best for most of these teams here. Now, just to get an Oasis zone, that would be nice.
Oh, me and Professor Tarzan, I think for the last 2 years plus, Neptura have been waiting for an Oasis zone. If we get one, I'm going straight into Professor Tarzan's DMs and memeing so hard about him that I finally got an Oasis zone. He knows my struggle waiting for it. I've had the island zones off to the east. I've had the prison zones that we've had towards the south. I'm just waiting for the northern Oasis zone finally to show up. And what we do have, and I'm curious if we will get it, is that Death Valley still in the northern side. So there is still a big sort of divide between that northern end of the first phase and the southern end. I think we're looking at maybe a couple of these teams packing towards the southern border of that first zone to see where it will go. I don't imagine we'll see too many teams early on commit towards the north, because if you have to come back through that Death Valley, you struggle at being, of course, caught. Alternatively, then you have to make those longer rotations around the mountainsides, which are also just as equally dangerous in their own right.
Yeah, they are. I think, a lot of the teams, they're not going to go super north yet. I think they're going to be doing what Mir are doing here, just kind of moving, spreading out a little bit, going compound to compound, somewhere in the mid to center zone at the moment. Rook just slightly out of zone. This duo here, South Picado is outside, North Picado is inside, so they got a pretty good spot here. And what I'm really happy to see is there's no hot drop in Picado, because that's just death. That's death before you even start, especially in those stupid red buildings. I hate them. And I'm glad that other teams seem to hate them as well, because we don't have that here. That's really nice. What is interesting, though, I don't know if the graph is a little misleading here, but a lot of these teams have players with low health already.
Yeah, true. That is something interesting. So maybe teams either fighting or they're struggling with the vehicles, like we talked about, and you're just missing the montage and the vehicles, Neptura. They're just not showing it yet, but we'll get to it later, sometime in the tournament. I promise. We will have our vehicle montage. A few of these other teams.
We better.
Wild. We better, indeed. I'm hoping for it. I'm demanding we get a vehicle montage by the end of this season. Is Wild Pixie, Pain, two of these teams that we didn't get to see a lot of in this first match. I think Wild Pixie went out very early in that first match on the Wrangle. They look a bit split here on the 2-2. They do have, as we saw, Pain on the other end of this city side. But I think Wild Pixie are aware of this, and Nirvana crucial here to this information against Pain Ladies, who are just continuing their drop, none the wiser, I think, to the other.
Ooh, another kind of little bit of a question mark, might I say, over on San Martin is Goat and question mark both here. Oh, Daddy, just chilling, just having a little scope out on this cliffside, and will be interesting to see how that ends up going, because question mark look to be a duo. Don't know where the other two are. We can't see them on the minimap either. Oh, a little bit farther on, it looks like, on the other side. So I doubt there's anything going to be happening here, though, Wolf. Goat don't really want the fight just yet. It's awfully early. They're both in zone. They both have a good position, and it's going to end up just being a bit of a state of those good positions. No one's really going to be able to push either side. So I think they're just going to hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah, I don't imagine here anything will come through from Go Valkyries. I really hope they don't actually fire and give their position away.
Yeah.
Don't believe question mark are aware of the situation. They're still bringing their vehicles in towards here Go Valkyries, but they will have the crucial information on the location of question mark splitting now on this 2v2. There is maybe an opportunity where they open fire. I was hoping they would maybe hold the fire, wrap around onto the two already in the city. But now that they've given their position away, you can see Gristo, yes, they take a couple shots, but really what for? You've given your advantage away now. In question mark, they'll be able to work around the possibility of being invaded.
Yeah, and I think they know that. Go are on their way out, which is interesting because I'm not sure why teams dislike that cliff so much. You rarely see them hold down the fort there. Oh, that was nearly one for the car montage. Unfortunately, Gristo just keeping it in check there. But they've just decided, I guess, to go further in zone, which is fine. I just don't understand the aversion to that cliffside. It's got a really, really good outlook over San Martin. So, yeah, it is unfortunate they decided to have a little shot there, but if they were going to go anyway, I guess, like, well, we might as well try and get a knock while we can. Ruin someone's day while we still can, and then get on out of there. So, have to see how that goes for them. As we move on to Slytherin, another team we didn't see too much of in the last game, just because they were probably swimming. I mean, I think Wild Pixies were in the same boat, or not, in the same water, at least, doing their thing and not being able to do much about it. So, be interesting to see how they turn out. And TPES, I mean, we only saw them go down to a solo, and then that solo went out off screen. So, looking forward to seeing what they can do, especially with Lisa on board. Lisa, of course, from Far Voice Gaming. There we go. So, shout out to her, hoping she can do some epic stuff on screen this time. Oh, Wolf! We have one for the montage. Let's go! Well,
yeah,
almost, but it's
the only sad part is, yeah, they don't blow the vehicle up. Okay, I'm waiting for the vehicle to be blown up. I've seen paragliders into trees in top tier PUBG. I've seen several car crashes. In fact, the curious thing is that I've been able to gather is the higher the level of the tournament, Natura, is the more likely you are to have car crashes. I don't know what it is, but the higher you go up, the more often it happens. They're great at driving in the lower levels.
They are, right? It just seems to get worse the more they go up. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember when the gliders first started coming in, even at pro level, no one knew how to fly them. It's so funny watching them try and ultimately fail every single time. So we'll see how that goes. Generally, the cars are okay for these girls, but you know what? We're ready for that montage. We usually get one. So let's go for Bonfire Female now. Oh, First Blood. Hang on. Sorry, Bonfire Female. We got to move elsewhere. Aquarius. Make it up for her being the first one to go out last game. He's at it with a First Blood of the Miramar. There we go. Get that word out there. And Galatasaray, of course, got those cliffs, got that long range. Let's see what they can do.
And down on the eliminations to Question Mark. So Question Mark losing a couple players here on that rotation coming out of the San Martin side. And really looking here at Glasshouse right here also, I think that's a really great position that we've got on this hillside. I hope that they will call it. That looks like a vehicle which we missed on the montage. I'm a bit sad. I'm disappointed. But that is... Oh, well, we got the F1 across. We got the F1 across.
Oh my goodness, that is really
Nothing
funny
happens.
though. Nice. Okay. Just giggling about that. Sorry everybody, we're just on a car rant over here. But Question Mark having moved out of San Martin, and they meet up with Goat again. But unfortunately this time for Goat, they're on the lower end here. Question Mark have a little bit of high ground against them, but somehow we've missed it. Question Mark are down to a duo already. Didn't see that one coming, so they're gonna have to use that high to their advantage if they want to stay in here.
Yeah, that was Aquarius taking those eliminations against Question Mark. So down to the two players you can see actually here, Wild Pixie on the opposite end of Le Corporea and Question Mark. I do believe it could be here, if I am not mistaken. So Wild Pixie, the potential to look for a fight. I don't think they will. They have, though, this position of the square formation and the road between them. It should separate them from this fight. Will actually be TPES. Here's Lisa. You talked about her. Can she come in? Versus Kiss. They know they're there. They know there's something, but Lisa goes a bit too far. Nirvana, that extra square formation you said, the different angles they have. Lisa goes in too far too quickly. Now Soul Girl's going in, but where's the rest of the team support? Chloe needs to, alongside Samira, find some covering fire to allow Soul Girl to get into this building.
Yeah, I'm not sure what their deal is here. She has managed to get one down and another on the healing, but the rest of her team, TPES, just aren't moving in. They're trying this one by one, which is never really a good thing to happen at all, and I think she does realize that she's going to get out of there, which is unfortunate because, of course, I have to give Wild Pixies actually really a lot of credit for their angles here. Nirvana doing God's work, honestly, getting those angles there, covering her team, and TPES, not sure what's going on with them. They have made that retreat there, but they're very low, and I think Wild Pixies just taught them a lesson in how not to push a compound.
Yeah, it was a bit scuffed, right? You saw the initial one go in, but there wasn't the support there. They had Nirvana on that other angle, and I just don't think TPS were watching that building that Nirvana was in, despite the fact that that was the building that would be the problem for TPS going on that type of angle for the push. Unfortunate there, they did look to try get those mollies, but it didn't work out. That Zono will shift a little bit up towards the Oasis, but it will be in amongst that main central belt of teams coming in from San Martin, also from Le Corporea. Looking at those two choke points, I think is where we might see these teams begin to clash on that hillside towards the western end of water treatment too.
This will be interesting. I do love water treatment. The mountains around that, such a dynamic place to play. So I'd be very interested to see if it would go up that way. TPES minus Lisa. Unfortunately, her first screen time is getting absolutely yeeted by Wild Pixies, which is unfortunate. But we have the rest of the team here. Still three, still able to be done here as they have, honestly, La Cobliera to themselves, it looks like. They should be good to go for the time being, especially with how big Miramar is. Unless you're really close together and clashing, you're generally pretty okay. As long as you're on your own, you're going to be on your own for a while. So I see them surviving a little bit longer.
Yeah, I do like the TPS are moving towards a high ground. I think they should have looked just to keep this high ground, because the problem is when you come out of these cities, you have that little deeper part of where the city is in on the terrain, where the higher elevation is of these teams looking down upon you. You have it in Picado is a big example, right, of teams running out of Picado later on. They get caught of them as And this is something I'm going to be looking out for. And TPS suffering here is they're continuing to move very aggressive rotation deep into this zone. But Samina very far ahead now between two players. They've already lost back on a third, fourth team hero. Go and question mark finally settling for what they can find. But they've alerted every single squad around them to their location. And I think the TPS, a bit of a poor, uncoordinated rotation in where they didn't allow the time for the information to get there, and then they got caught out.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the worst possible luck for them. I feel really bad because I think there's only one place in the zone that has 4 teams all in a nice little square on different high grounds, and they've just managed to find it. So, yeah, definitely a lack of information coming in there, which would have been fairly to grab, but instead, one of those teams grabs another player, so TPES down to a duo again, but you know what, question mark as well, down to a duo, but they've got the high ground. That's just the difference between having information and not. You can choose where you're going to go, you get there early, and you should be all. So we'll see how they, and Wild Pixies though did their job, and they have still a full squad up and running, but hard to tell. Up here, the terrain is also similar. It's hard to tell exactly where on the map these teams are. So we're just going to have to play it by ear until we see that zone again.
I believe it might just be towards the east end of Crater Fields. We could be towards there by the looks of the edge of that mountainside. So could look towards maybe, as you said, hills around water treatment. And the opposite teams controlling that more southern portion of the zone. Sliverin also making their rotation. Have caught, though, a flying car as they will fall down, and that's a vehicle montage we were looking for. And unfortunately, their fours decided brute force. Unfortunate as they will lose their last rotator in, but Yagi will suffer. The information given away there, they'll try to defend it, but there is no defending Yagi. They aren't going to try it anyway, so wrapping around here, and the blue zone as well actually could cause a problem here for Sliverin coming into the zone, and I think Brute Force realize this, so they're going to try to hold this position, keep Yagi alive and draw them in with the blue zone behind.
Oh, I tell you what, I really like this. Sorry, not bonfire, is it? It's, help. I keep forgetting the names.
Oh, Brute Force?
No, Brute Force, yes, I keep forgetting, sorry. Yeah, no, it's really, really nicely done from Brute Force here, but unfortunately a beautiful nade from Lunasic is not going to play into their hand very well here. Brute Force losing 2 instead of the 1. I honestly have to give kudos to them, though. Pew Pew on her last legs there for Slitherin, going to have to keep the attention away. Oh, another punch coming in. All happening, Wolf. Oh my goodness, but another one goes down. All of a sudden, it's just Lunasix and her teammate just down to now. But I love this from Brute Force. They're doing such a good job here.
Oh, and Amy finds the third as well. It's a absolute montage on the south side of the island, of the hillside, but finally Hate Me will fall down. Where is the rest of their team? Hate Me has brought so much time against Sliverin, but they've decided here to abandon Hate Me. They're going to lose, I think, at least really one of these players. Could they get both back? Actually, I believe they might be able to just as Pew Pew. Can they get them on the edge of stage 2? That blue zone isn't that dreadful. But the problem is, look at the position, look at the terrain. Brute Force, they're coming back with the numbers. They've also got the revives coming in, and they've now got the high ground because Falca has decided to move down.
This is absolutely beautiful from Brute Force. I love this. Slytherin have done well, but unfortunately I think they've just played right into Brute Force's hand. Pew Pew goes down again. As you said, now it's a 3v2 on that low ground. They have her surrounded. It is done. Night, sleepy time for Slytherin, going back into whatever snake hole they came from. Slytherin not having a good day out in the sun for this Miramar bonfire, doing incredible work there. I really, really love that fight.
And now comes in the next series of teams coming closer together. NTX Lady and also Rook Dreamcore looking to try keep an eye on NTX as they edge forward to the edge of this compound. They have controls over to the opposite mountain side. but I don't think NTX. Maybe we find one or so pop shots around. MIR also continuing to loot up. To head back though to Slytherin, I wanted to mention I think actually it would have been better if Slytherin, that solo player, had just decided to leave the fight. I think it would have been better to play for the positional points coming later to that zone, because as we said, Brute Force were down, right? Brute Force did have less numbers at that one point in the game on the fight.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did, and I think Brute Force. Sorry, I keep saying Bonfire. Brute Force. No, they played that very well. Slytherin. Yeah, I think you're right there. Slytherin should have continued on that ridge and really made sure that they were going to keep that ridge and stop that push from happening, or should have just abandoned their teammate and moved elsewhere, just gone, just left it. Let Brute Force do what they wanted to do, or just move into zone and then try and do a little bit of a gatekeep with them. But, you know, as it stands, that's not what happened. They did get one elimination, so that's not too bad on the board, even if it's one. So, yeah, how they move into Sandhawk, that's what their kind of strategy is going to be when it goes with those kinds of ridges. And words don't come easy to me at the moment, so there's that.
It's okay, I got you here, Nedger. I'm on the other end of the caster desk for you to support in the words.
Thanks.
It's
I appreciate it.
the words, we will find them together. It's okay. NTX lady also still on the square formation on this compound. The only problem is though now, you see the team behind them, right? There are a few other squads looking at these higher compounds, looking for the high ground vision, the security that the buildings bring. And Pain Ladies, by the way, this huge mountainside that they have been able to control for themselves. A fantastic position on the edge of the zone, but they are betting that that zone stays with them, because if that zone leaves them, getting down from that mountain with MIR, a team that we know what they can do given the opportunity already, who can shoot down on them coming on the edge of that mountain, that's a scary thought if that zone disappears from them.
Yeah, it really is. Honestly, that cliff was so high, you almost get kind of a fear of heights, right? That fear kicks in, even in game. That is just a horrendous drop down there. Great viewpoint, but yeah, you do not want the zone moving away from that. Like it has moved away from all these teams. Rook, we've not seen much of them. We did see them make a big rotation all the way around on the eastern side. There they are, and they have to rotate again, as do the Wild Pixies, as do Galatasaray. Unfortunately, Wild Pixies not best of times when it comes to that position, because Galatasaray are now going to try and gatekeep them because they know they're there, and Galatasaray aren't one to let go once they've bitten. So I think we're going to have to wait this one out, and I don't know how much Wild Pixies can actually do that if they've got not enough meds or whatever. That smoke's coming in, that kind of signifies to me that they don't have many meds.
Yeah, I think Wild Pixies, they were slow here on the rotation. I would have expected them to actually have more equipment to do something with the position here, but you can see, yeah, they had a slower rotation, and now this goes down to this water treatment south end. A beautiful zone. You asked for the Hills of water treatment to be in play, and looking at the position right now, Goat and Wildcats have a time and an opportunity here in this game to come out with some big points of eliminations.
They really, really do. I'm going to be very cautious about GOAT just very quickly. They got a lot of teams on their back. But NTX lady over here going up against KNG. We'll have to see how this one goes. I don't recognize many of these players from NXT, so it's a new team to me. Oh, the backstab, though. The double not coming in from Oslam. Great spray coming in there. Now it's just Javla up against 3 here. Let she do it, Wolf.
I don't know if they can. They've got the hillside to themselves. There are 2 knocked on the other end. The smoke is there. Galatasaray as well, making their way around on their own breach into the building. Question mark. Only 2 players remaining from their earlier skirmish at the beginning of this game. Toffee hearing out for the footsteps, listening where to throw the grenades. In onto the right building. They go. Knocks almost laid back into themselves by the looks of it. Toffee straight back out of the building. We'll be able to look slowly for question mark. We should be able to find it. It was the end of KMG Esports, I believe, who will fall. Yes, it was, and they don't get any elimination points. NTX Lady also making their way a dive down into water treatment. Galatasaray understanding, I think, crucially here that yes, question mark are there, but they aren't the priority in this match. They need to get into that zone.
We do indeed. Oh, yeah, interesting from Galatasaray, but unfortunately, the Pixies could be going, oh great, they're going not very far. I have to warn you, not very far indeed. They got that 2-2 split going. They're looking for GOAT. They're looking for Wild Pixies, and they're also looking for question mark still in zone there, but the zone continues to move up to very open ground here. Yeah, that is going to be Wild Pixies leaving the building as well, and MIR also feeling a little bit of pain here, as our pain feeling pain over here with 3 down now. Galatasaray only got 2 eliminations on the board yet. That is going to be pain going on out. I'm not sure who to, though.
Yeah, I mean, Galatasaray, meanwhile, is trying to gatekeep away question mark. The Nays now coming through from question mark themselves. They don't quite find the one. They've lost 2 in question mark. They might fall down here still, but they're going to take Galatasaray with them, looking to run them down. Toffee's going on the action, looking for the spray. Can they find it? No, they cannot in question mark. They've managed to pull off the 2 versus 4. They get their way closer to a better position in this game, but it's really down to Denzi Bank Wildcats here. Neptune are the only ones pound, the ones with the hill in this phase 5 zone, when the zone is now starting to heat up even faster, closing in, speeding up the point of this game.
I am in shock, Wolf. That was incredible. I thought Galatasaray did that super duper well with that car moving in like that, and yet question mark holding off arguably best teams in the region, in Europe, and they just held them off as a duo. Just said, no, not today. Get back from where you came from, whatever. Go back to lobby. Yeah. And they did it. It was fantastic. 5 eliminations as a duo. That's all stuff, but we got to move on at some point. It's NTX versus, who is this? Oh yeah, Bonfire, and I did get that right this time. It is Bon. Looking very nice in DD. Oh, wrap around from, or not. I think she's just going to move on into zone. This should be interesting. What's interesting to me, though, most of the teams with more eliminations don't have full squads, and yet all the other ones do. Generally, you see a lot of the higher elimination teams with those full squads, and it's just not the case for this round. Oh no, as it's all going wrong, all going pear-shaped. Coming in hot. They've been kept all game, and here they come.
And Rook, they also will suffer here the same problem as Brute Force have, is they'll blow them up, but they have a position open into the position for KYS Virtue to backstab them over the hillside, and Rook will fall too. Rose trying to defend themselves. The sole player left here for Rook. So I say 2 remaining, but it is a dangerous position indeed. Digital Athletics also going to look for the revive. All low. Blue zone close behind the 1 minute, and they need to get into that zone. But Wildcats, you can see the position they have, trying to control all these teams on the hillside. But Ayla did not look down towards the smoke. They missed the opportunity to take down Digital Athletics. Now they will have to give way to some of the pressure. Digital Athletics will need to come up. Revive Cry, come over the hillside.
This could be really dicey. There's definitely an opportunity here for them, but they have to make that push immediately. The problem is, you see those smokes, that means there's somebody across the way who does have an angle on. This would be perfect though. Denise Bank Wildcats currently busy. They're distracted at the moment. They're looking at GOAT, except GOAT themselves. Melita, well done. You are the first to do so for this tournament, and the thing just keeps on going from season 2. Love to see it. Great nade through the window just a little early, but Wildcats lost Elam. just have 3 left, but that zone continues to favor them. So if they can just get this done, they can be good to go here. Gristo going on down there. It's a battle of nades, and Goat does go on out. 4 eliminations, 5th place, a very decent result for them. And Wildcats do hold on to both the high ground and that compound. You do see MTX there cut out from the zone. There's nothing they can really do. Zone's just wiggly at the minute. Yep, out they go very nicely. That's 7 eliminations. We're seeing a lot more points going to different teams here this time around, Wolf.
Yeah, Digital Athletics will take down Rook with them, but this is all Denzi Bank Wildcats show for this game. The zone has favoured them, and they will take the control of that zone. They will defend it from all the attackers from each side. Rose, yes, they have a position here. It has gone outside of the zone. They maybe have a slight chance, but they would need a big mistake from Wildcats, because that is one huge man advantage that they have.
Yeah, this is great. I don't think that right off the bat, I try and get that smoke has just alerted them to know exactly where she is, and they still have all those throwables. Look at her, 2 mollies, and that's just Oiku there. So I think Rose, it is a little bit of, it is going to happen. It's a 3v1. There's nothing she can really do, so might as well put her smoke out and try. I don't know. Sometimes a bit of a hit or miss from me personally, but she has made it. Interestingly enough, they did not spray down enough. But Oiku, down to just 1 HP. Wolf, she's trying her best, but she's holding on for dear life. That's just allowing the rest.
Oh no, the Molly's coming in.
Yeah, beautiful Molly, stopping her from peeking up there. Try it, but no, down she goes, and it is going to be Wildcats moving in to dominate Miramar. Aspel, I gotta say, they know Miramar like the back of their hand. They've done that here today. GG's, Denise Bank Wildcats.
Yeah, Denise Bank Wildcats definitely putting on a show. They had, as we said, the zone control for them, but the crucial part was that they defended it. They got the elimination points. I think also props to, of course, Digital Athletics there, who got a couple of Rook and other members coming in from the end of that game. So they will also boost their positional points. Rook also sniping in that second position for themselves. Digital Athletics at 3rd. So still the points going to some of these teams that we saw top out the leaderboard in that last game, keeping that consistency there, but definitely a few new contenders as well, evening up the potential as we have our first 2 games now done.
Yeah, I think that was just a beautiful game for so many of those teams. A lot of shocking moments, a lot of moments for the montage. Gotta say, we're starting the montage early this season. And I think it's just some really, really, really good plays. I think Galatasaray played that really well. Question Mark played it even better. Brute Force and the Slytherin fight was phenomenal. And Wildcats doing super well with their spot, Rook as well. Digital Athletics, as you mentioned, doing super well. I think there was a lot of some really heavy-hitting players there doing those 1v4s, those 2v4s, things like that. Just made it super duper interesting. And of course the zone, just making everybody's life miserable, but we love to see it, and it was just a great game all around.
Yeah, I think these zones, they're definitely heating up to my standards, to my expectations of evil, Neptura. I mean, is it always like this with you when it comes to the zones? Is it equally evil? Do we just combine our evil qualities together to make it super evil zones for these ladies?
I would like to think so, and that's just my evil showing, is that I would like to think that that's the case, and we're just making everybody's life just miserable, as bad as possible, not giving them any sort of easy life here. But you know what? That's the name of the game. You come to this level, you have to play really, really tough games, and so I like to think that we help with that, really help them become who they are, so I think they can thank us for that.
Yeah, you gotta be able to prove yourself when it gets tough, when it gets evil, and that's when the real stars begin to shine. As we look at the match summary for that second game, and of course, longest distance there, Kowalski KYS, I think actually they had a little bit of a showing towards the end there, trying to get those elimination points against Rook. You saw them struggle coming in from behind. But also, I think the big standout to me in terms of one of those final fights was Question Mark, actually, who go a bit under the radar here so far. Coming out from that two-man position at the very start of the game to the zone not being fully in their favor and still taking it to what we expected would be one of the favorite teams coming into today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a phenomenal play. I think they played that really, really well. And they just had their angles. I think it comes down to the angles, the information, and the timing of it. And they had that really, really down well. So, GG's to them. And you can see Question Mark still getting 5 points there. So it did hold up for them. But, of course, Bank Wildcats adding 17 to their total. Rook with 11 and NTX with 11 as well. So all looking very nice. And you know what I love to see, Wolf? Only 16th place had 0 points. We saw in the last game, of course, everybody having a little seaside vacation. All the way up to 11th, there was 0 points there. So nice to see almost everybody getting some points off the bat. I'm just not sure how KMG got 0 points there, because they actually survived far into the game. But I guess that's what happens when only 9th place has placement points.
Yeah, right. And that's that extra little stab when it comes to fewer teams now getting placement points, and the onus being on getting those elimination points even more really emphasizes the importance of team fights and having those controlled, great positions, to great setup for those team fights and those elimination opportunities to come through. As we take a look at the eliminations and damage charts, and of course no surprise to see Bank Wildcats up there, but definitely a few more of the higher damage coming through from those teams who maybe didn't get as many points. 830 when you look back towards Wild Pixie there down at the bottom, but only 1 elimination point.
Yeah, I think this is much more what I'm used to seeing from these girls. Much more consistent across the board, lots of damage being done. Unfortunately, not so many eliminations, but you know what? That kind of happens when you got a lot of stealing going on. I mean, sometimes, Wolf, we see the damage twice as high as the kills, and then another team will have twice the eliminations as the damage. So you know there's some stealing going on there. For this, I think Wild Pixies just did a lot of damage, but weren't able to get those knocks finished up quite as they would have liked. But the player focus coming on here, Kowalski doing some really nice long-range stuff, which we're used to seeing from her, and Zeshi coming in here. This is a new player for me personally, but 5 eliminations and 687 damage, a good score for her. So looking very nice. You also got Wiku, Burf, and Sonya all coming on here as well. So nice average survival time, very, very close actually, and looking pretty good.
Yeah, and you can start to see some of the players from the same teams as well cropping up on that second game. But again, as you say, a little bit more of a split between all of these different teams. 5 different teams taking up the player focus for this Miramar match. And we want to see these new players, as you mentioned, coming into this season, showing us what they've got. Because, yes, we have these veterans from the previous seasons, and we know what they can do when they're on form. We know how good they can be. But who is going to be those players to challenge the women that we know already? Who is going to be the ones to step up and say, I can do just as good as you, if not better?
Yeah. Love it. You gotta love it, always. It's just such a fun aspect to things. I think, I want to say 2023 in general has been a big year for new players in both leagues, women and main. They generally, you do see a lot of these new players coming in, new teams into the PMPLs and everything. So it's a year of a lot of growth, a lot of leveling up for a lot of players. And I really love to see that because, yeah, you're right. We have all our experienced players, all our favorites, but, we need some new blood occasionally. So I really like it.
And you know what I think is the most exciting thing about a new era of players is new strategies coming out as well, Neptura, and getting to learn from what these players are bringing to the table, right? As we look at those overall table standings after 2 games, MIR at the top of the leaderboard. No surprise after that dominant Erangel game, but Rook, they have been sneaking in there above even Wildcats with the amount of elimination points that they've been getting. Yeah,
very nice indeed. Still very, very close. I see the first game, Mir, just far and above everybody else, but every else looking very, very close. I mean, second to eighth within 5 points of each other. I mean, that's pretty. I mean, I know it's only match 2, but still, it makes for an exciting game 3 at least. Where everybody's super close to things, and everybody of really, really good. Tassadai 2 points behind Clark. Question mark, and 1 point ahead of Brute Force. So I think we got some really interesting games coming up here, Wolf.
Yeah, a lot of potential for those standings to shift through our last 3 games, and that's the most exciting part, is if we see now a team who maybe had a few off games at the start now come up, especially with Sandhawk is an opportunity, right? That is, we talked about that volatility on the standings. If any map's going to do it, that's a map that you expect to have those change in the standings, that volatility and around these teams.
Yeah, absolutely, and Sandhawk's just great. That it's anybody's game always, and I think it'll be interesting to see who ends up doing well, because I don't remember, certainly in these new teams, with everybody kind of switching things around, I don't know of anyone who is particularly amazing at Sandhawk above everybody else. So that'll be interesting to see if there's any sort of consistent wins on Sandhawk for certain teams, or consistent, good placement. So we'll have to see how that goes. But Sandhawk's always one of my very favorite competitive matches, so I'm very excited for this. I'm loving it.
Yeah, and we saw those eliminations so far. A couple of these players starting to show up with the eliminations that they can gather, but it's down to the most volatile map, as we said, of them all. Sandhawk is up next after a short quick break.
So this So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to try to just move So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to try to just move
Welcome back, everyone, here for what will be an exciting Game 3 Sanhok on our first day at the pmsl Women's League mid-season showdown here in Nebtura. I'm excited for what we've seen in the first two games. We just saw, if you missed it, Denzi Bank Wildcats taking the win on Miramar and putting themselves third on the overall standings. But can they keep it up going into what is such a scary, crazy, anyone's game map of Sanhok?
It's gonna be hard to tell. I mean, it's always hard coming from Miramar straight into Sandhawk, right? Because Miramar is such a large map. You got so much room everywhere, and then Sandhawk, you've got super small, super tiny, fast rotations. Everybody's there all at once, so it is gonna be a thing to see. How Denise Bank Wildcats in particular, after that win, can keep up with that consistency. We'll have to see, Wolf, but for now, we are going to be heading on into the jungles of Sandhawk. I want to see how Slytherin do here. They didn't have such a great time on Miramar. Go with Sandhawk. In particular, let's just see, but a much more even flight path coming in here, much more even distribution of teams. Fair few going up to the Camp Bravo Paradise Resort area, but for the most part, we're seeing some big splits here.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty diabolical plane path, I think, for these teams not to get where they want to go on Sandhawk, as it is, of course, that smaller map. There, you mentioned Slytherin. I think there's a few other teams that we can keep our eye on when it comes to getting those points onto the board. We've already seen, I think, a little bit of a unfortunate showing from NTX Ladies so far in the first two games, as well as we mentioned Wild Pixie Ride, another one of those teams who need to get a few more points on the board with the damage they're dealing out. Unfortunately, though, looks like we had a bit of a kerfuffle with Virtue losing one of their players to brute force Ad Astra up towards Town Mock.
Interesting. Okay. Could be some. I mean, Sandhawk is just early fights already. Not playing path, zone. Going to be very easy for a lot of these teams, and that will continue, or rather enable teams to continue to fight early on. So we'll see how that ends up going. Yeah, KYS down to 3 with low health there, as well as the Wildcats already, but that could be just, parachute going a little badly or something, a run-in with a tree perhaps. We'll have to see how that goes. Bonfire at the moment have Tech Mock to themselves, but they do have neighbors at close quarters, so they're going to have to be careful with that one. KYS and Virtue and Wildcats there, but here we go. Slytherin and MIR over in Hattin now going to be having some words, it looks like.
You wanted to see more from Slytherin. MIR Esports, top of the leaderboard after our first two games. They are the team to beat. But can these ladies take on what is looking like a mountain of their tasks? MIR have looked pretty darn good over these last two matches. A bit of a slip up in the last one on Miramar. Didn't quite get the position finish that they were looking for. But it's not to say that they don't have the opportunity here for what could be a good 4 elimination point boost for either of these teams if they decide to fight.
Yeah, I think Hattin is a hard place to really fight from. You've got to be very, very aggressive, and you've really got to know the town well. If you don't, it's very difficult. I do like the Slytherin position here. It's a nice widespread around several buildings, but it does look like MIR are not looking to fight right now. They're very spread out. They're actually spreading out outside of town. They're not really looking for a fight here. So I think Slytherin going to be buildings for a good long while, and MIR are going to go their own way. I think that's how this is going to turn out.
Yeah, I don't expect too much to happen. You realistically would have to see a knock come through in the side of Hattin for a team to really push on an advantage. A bit too difficult with the pressure that a full squad can lay out and the widespread information that they can gather. Music's almost getting shot down on the acceleration of the buggy there, but does get down towards the outskirts. Bonfire female, though, they have oppressed their way into the Virtue building, and they have taken down Kowalski. Susu almost gets returned there, but will be able to pop back a peek and another knock onto Delicia. That'll be the second for Bonfire female. Another squad here who needed those points. Can they get the third? They will get the fourth, maybe. If they can get down 24 KA, they almost have the full wipe. Suzu reloads the vehicle, accelerated in, but it's not going to be enough. Here comes the flank, and KYS Virtue, a shocking, I think, elimination here. 16th, one of our top teams from the first two games.
Yeah, that's very, very. I think it's just one of those fluke things, right? Oh, she's got the lime dodge, envious. I think it's one of those fluke things. Really, it's it's one of those things where it's just like it happens. Despite your best efforts, sometimes you just get put in bad positions, and and your brain just kind of goes, "Huh? What? Huh?" And then you're dead. So I think it's just one of those things because, KYS Virtue is a team that we always expect a lot more than that from, certainly. So I think it's one of just those kind of shock things. And it is a shame, but you know what? It's good that that sort of thing happens early on in the tournament. It's only day one. They got plenty of time to get back where they belong.
My favourite, fashion sense for context here is what I need to go after because I am horrible at PUBG Mobile. Always have been. I accept that. I am a true bot killer. But when it comes to fashion sense, the favourite thing that I actually loved when we got into the pros, watching all the pros and in the competitive scene was when we had the Godzilla and the King Kong little mascots. Those were so cute. Those were absolutely adorable. That's like the one thing that I wish I could have gotten, but I never bought. And I wish I had bought it looking back because the little tip-tap dance is a little waddle with the Godzilla walking through. Oh my goodness. This is what I miss.
It was so cute. Yeah.
Or the bee bag. Do you remember the bee bag? The bumblebee bag with the little smiley face.
Yes.
The smiley face bag. That was also something I wanted so much.
Yeah,
I know. What was
so
your favorite
cute.
bag, Nipsura? Tell everyone.
Favorite bag? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Favorite bag? That's
There's
a hard
There's
one.
a lot.
I honestly, I don't know. I can't say. I will say companion though. The little dog. I think it's only in North America, but the little dog. But they had a sombrero hat on.
The little sombrero dog. I love that one. Actually, I should have gotten. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not in North America. I'm just a European plebeian.
Yeah.
I cannot afford the dog with the sombrero hat.
Same.
Big satch.
Same. For real. It looks so cute, though. It's great to see other teams have it because it gives us something to look at. It's great.
Oh yeah, I miss like looking at the context. This is one of the things I missed in PUBG was looking at just how people looked in the early games because you used to get the style. Do you ever like also when you go in game you look at the style of what like people are rocking? In like there's like a meta fashion, right? Like you know what I mean. There's like a fashion that like everyone's running. Always, like, in some part of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah. There's always, when the new car comes out, it's always that car or something. The Bugattis were popular for a while. I was watching PMPS Korea, and it was a certain type of a bag, but I can't remember what it was now. I think it was like a dragonfly or something. It was super cool. I saw somebody wearing that, but of course the Koreas and PL and things, they get their own special skins, and it was very cool. I was very jealous.
See, that's actually where it comes from. Just stuff, the skill in PUBG Mobile, actually the skill all comes through from the fashion, the wallet. That's where 100%. Getting the good fashion sense is what you need. And speaking of getting good fashion sense, we did mention $7,000 in the prize pool. Also 80,000 UC going towards these teams in terms of points. Wow. So they can get whatever they want in their wardrobe if they can win this tournament.
100%. A nice prize pool. 80 grand UC. Dodges is that? That's a lot of dodges, I gotta say.
That is a lot of dodges. That's a lot of bumblebee bags. That's what it is. That is a lot of bumblebee bags. Just saying.
It's very, very true. Goodness me. But looking at Rook here, do they have interesting, a plain backpack coming in here, but spiced up with the I can't remember what those are called, but the character on the pan, spiced up with that. Pew Pew though has to spice up her health bar just a little bit there because she is at the moment Bonfire doing some good work here up onto this ridge like this. It's always a great ridge side for me. 4 eliminations on the board right now. There's that lime green dodge that is oh so fashionable at the moment. Looking good, looking nice. Looks like there might be a little bit of a side angle from Slytherin, though, so they're going to have to be very careful here. Just going to do a little turn around there, a little swerve. Down the hill they go. Oh, I'm not sure about that, Wolf. I really
this is
prefer high
brave.
ground.
Yeah, this is brave. I was thinking just that. Now you've got Slytherin with the high ground. They wrap around, they don't find the pressure, and they get that revive up, but they've given, as we say, their position away. They've lost the high ground advantage, so they have committed down a bit towards this fight, but you can't really finish the fight. You can't continue to put pressure on Slytherin. They now have their compound, they have their high ground. It's going to be a lot harder for the side of Bonfire to continue their spree, and with that zone going down against them, it means that they again have to come through the side of Slytherin to get into that next phase.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot there. I think they may have been going in towards coming off that high ground because the two behind them were going to be replacing them on that high ground. So they haven't lost the high ground necessarily. If that was the plan, that's cool. But the problem is with that zone now, they don't have a ridge to go around and by Tatmock again and avoid Slytherin completely. They now have to push through them, which has kind of forced their hand a little bit. So we'll see how they're going to play this, but they seem confident. They seem like they know what they're doing, so let's just go ahead and trust them. Slytherin, on the other hand, looking a little bit passive here, just trying to hold the fort, see what's happening. I think a little all over the place, because now the rest of the team's just zoomed off into the water, which I don't think is the case. So let's just hold on to
agree.
that.
I think that Slytherin definitely could have pressured Bonfire a little bit more here when it comes to their position. Bonfire definitely have a deficit, a problem here, but they need to get out of, and Slytherin just said, okay, we see your problem, but we're going to let you have the solution for it. We're not going to fight you, because we want the zone, and we want the position later on, which is great, but the problem also with that next stage 2 zone was you saw it. There's so many teams already inside and have a position, so they're going to still have a difficult time finding a spot, I think, in this stage 2 that's not going to still put them in a fight, but in a worse position where they don't have as much information.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult spot for them. It's hard because that compound is such a great compound, the one that Slytherin had. Unfortunately, all the way down to boot camp is not great. It's very tricky. Got teams starting to congregate in that area, so they're going to have to be quick with this. I think Slytherin are going to be focusing on a very quick rotation up to another high ground or maybe to another compound, and that's going to be in their best interest to do so. They will have problems though, because of course KMG, they are in that high. This is the problem that I was starting to talk. Slytherin are going to have a bit of a time getting into zone. Both these teams going to have to sort it out and then go around by Paradise. They're going to want to avoid boot camp completely, I think, here.
Digital Athletics as well, holding on to this quarry. No one around the quarry vote for now. A bit sad. I wanted to see a bit more quarry action. Bonfire female still in this zone, though. I think Slytherin have realised that the potential of holding this compound is so great, but they've almost done it a bit too late. They kind of come in the back a little bit, you can see, to try rescue Falca, but unfortunately, I think they realistically, they disengaged so hard that they should have maybe given them up, because now Nuzix, yes, you get back in, but they lost already the position, and Saren here, unfortunately, it looks like the end for Slytherin. If they can find one, can they find two? No, it will not be the outplay, and it will be Bonfire female to get themselves a couple of elimination points more, but you can see the position for them right now going to be a difficult one to get out of. You've got 2 knocks already. Slytherin might decide to push a little bit harder onto this, but the crucial part is Laura, the only one inside this zone.
Yeah, this is very strange, I have to say. Now Rose doesn't make that push as she should, but I think Bonfire played this super well. They've got Laura to cover that angle. She'll be giving that information over her. Yeah, and that is... Oh, no! I thought that was Rose done and done for, but she's not. She gets 1, she gets 2. Rose, 1 HP, but somehow Bonfire have messed this up completely. Now it's just a 1v1 here. Rose is too far away to give any sort of... He has to make her push around to help get Rose to help her, but I don't think she's gonna be able to. No,
Yes,
Laura
the
down.
first
Patty is the only one alive.
Yeah, Caddy has to do something. He has to push it, but cannot do it. Rose will get the free. Rose will fall, I imagine. QSC will get taken out by KMG. Oh, yeah. KMG Esports on the edge will grab the one elimination. That's 1 point on the board for them this game so far. Is Galatasaray moving out of boot camp? Have now got a few contesters here in terms of TPS.
I'm still not over. What? I didn't even know KMG had an angle onto that. That was insane. Okay, interesting. I'm going to have to recover from that for a little bit as TBES are recovering from this.
Yeah, I think TPS, though, they got a bit of a problem here. I think they have an exit point, but they don't have the vehicles by the looks of it. I think this is a crucial problem, is they can't really move. Even though they have a building there to cover, you can actually see Galatasaray. They could also even move a little bit around, but I do like that they're just standing in this position because we've got a line where you can cover each other. Dolphy going down as well. This could be the line that falls. Oh my days, Soul Girl. Galatasaray handed them 2 elimination points, said they were not coordinated to take out Soul Girl, and they punished them for it. Where was the support there from Galatasaray? I expected them to keep that formation because it would help to stop the teams coming in from being able to backstab them during this elongated fight, but when TPS ended so fast, they are the ones now with the control.
Yeah, that was great from TPES. There we go. It's a bit of a mouthful on occasion, but I'm trying. Yeah, TPES, that was a really good spot for them. They're still on that low ground. There's now 3 around them, but this is a much better result from them compared to the first 2 games. So we are seeing a little bit of that Sandhawk magic come into play here. Nice to see. And 2 eliminations on the board. That is points. KMG now moving in as our question mark. It seems like question mark and Galatasaray seem to really gravitate towards each other, doesn't it? I mean, they're here again, next door neighbors.
But I think question mark also one of these teams that love to hang on the edge of this zone now. Galatasaray really tried to expand their control of boot camp. I think staying in boot camp for now would have maybe been a little bit of a more beneficial thing to do with the zone. Looking with so many of these teams coming towards that center point, they could have held that compound away from teams, looked as a 4-man squad for that information on teams rotating in. Now coming out, I think they looked for their fight, yes, versus TPS. They could have actually done what KMG done. They could have stopped KMG moving in onto that compound later on, and then later on they moved, as I say, up towards that northern side. So a bit of a mistake coming through from them. TPS moving now into question mark here for their own skirmish, but question mark, they have a bit of an angle here. They have the backline to cover. In TPS, they just don't have an angle into fight. Question mark, they will lose one already. Now comes the support from the backline. Soul Girl's already down. Samina will throw the nade through the smoke. It's a blind one. But can they find something? Yeah, we'll find one. They grabbed the first knock. Samina looking for a second grenade. The information, though, being given away by Soul Girl this entire time. Mali knows where they are. But is the communication accurate enough? Are they brave enough to step over? Yes, they do. They grab one, even elimination, but it's straight back on by Lisa. Lisa, though, punished by the underside of the hill from the final member of question mark. Question mark keep themselves alive for now. Samina on the revive. Lisa looking to try move back towards the team. Bertha still from question mark, making a revive of her own. Keep in mind, though, KMG, you can see the nades from behind. They're looking for one. They actually nade themselves. That's one knock elimination. KMG with a cleanup for a second time in this game. Rook Dream Core also in a bit of a pickle. Is NTX look to have their number pinned against the rock, pinned against the blue zone. Here is Crystal from the flank.
Oh! Satan Nova having no chance there. NTX just taking her down as we move in with a DB. Going to be doing some good work there. Taking a little bit of a revenge for Satan Nova there. Getting the nation immediate mop. Those who are going in 130 meters from zone. And wow, Pixie's still out there. What's she doing? She's still out of the zone all the way out there. But at the moment, NTX are going to be eliminated in 12th place. 1 elimination. So they is some point forward. Back to TPS, though. They've done such a good job. MG, been excellent. Some really, really forward-thinking rotations coming in from them. And like you said, second backstab in the game so far, so they're doing very, very well for themselves.
But Zono, look at how dire it is with that hillside. Such a divide between these two halves of the map. That compound, though, on the bottom, really, it is down to either the side of Wild Pixie or maybe Digital Athletics looking to take that compound on the south. Could be a crucial point of protection in an otherwise very open end game here still. Only really the trees, the rocks here to cover these teams. As you can see, moving into that final zone. Too difficult for those late rotation teams. Pain Ladies in some trouble, but not before Galatasaray will fall down. So will KSA. Or MIR, should I say, as well.
Oh, yes, indeed. Nice little backstab now coming in from the Wildcats. Moving in, gets the one. Can't quite find second knock, though. It's going to be a little bit more tricky than that. But I think KMG, yeah, they've got a big game ahead of them, I think, because this zone does favor them. But look at the response. Oh, my goodness, O'Daddy almost going down there. Great little nade, and she does go down to a second nade now. Wildcats with those nades, they don't mess about with throwables, man.
Yeah, and this is also the height advantage again. They know they can hear the footsteps of those players climbing in away from the blue zone. They have this control. Density Bank Wildcats again in the zone, the only team realistically with this control, but can they keep it for again another game? Goats looking to try move their way forward, but they have revived now, Daddy. Up against once more. KMG here. Can they make a surprise nade? In over the top. Rolls it in towards them. The second one as well on top. They will find IWE. One on O'Daddy, but here come also the rest of KMG behind. They've got 2 points of pressure in Wildcats. They need to keep this control. That nade onto O'Daddy will keep one at bay. Focus back onto KMG. It's KMG looking now for their own elimination opportunity. TPS, Wild Pixie, moving in from that south end in their own skirmish.
I mean, KMG doing excellent work here. Wildcat just a little bit too... Oh, TPES now going down. It's so hard. KMG just having a phenomenal game. They know exactly where to put themselves. Wildcat's just a little bit too focused on their forward side, not looking at their back at all there. TPES just inching into the zone, but she's got some cover for now. But long down she goes to the DBS. That is going to be them eliminated, as KMG now have to do a little bit of reviving here. They were down to a duo. Diablo got 4 eliminations. GG's, girl, but 7 total eliminations for them. Sagita is the only one dead so far. So looking very good. They are only 2-0. Hang on, Diablo. Make that 5 for her solo count there. My goodness me, looking very, very good. Down to our top 4, Wolf.
But they don't have control of that zone. It goes back towards the Density Bank Wildcats. Now, Goat have been proving a little bit of a problem. A thorn in the side here for the Wildcats is they have still got the pressure on the side flank. Density Bank very focused right now. Deku looking for that vision, trying to find a little bit of an overpeak from the side of Goat Valkyries. But they're not giving it to them. Now it's Go Valkyries look to climb up on the edge of that zone. Density Bank will look for an opportunity. Brute Force falling down and forth. In the meanwhile, it's still the Valkyries look to climb onto the summit, but O'Daddy will fall short. Now it's down to 2. Cristo, the only one remaining, is Militia. They'll all fall together, and it will be Density Bank coming straight over the top of the hill, surprising KMG with the fire of the hello. And now Alem looking for more. If they look for the revive, look for the punish, back across. They don't have any nades to throw forward. They're going to have to push only with the guns. as they look forward for the next. There goes another. Alem finds Diablo down to 2, but Alem will fall back. It's a 2-on-3 for the Denzi Bank Wildcats, but you can see how low Eddie is back up with the first aid. Denzi Bank slowing down just a little bit more.
Oh my goodness, this is very interesting. Cam G just letting the ball down, whatever that phrase is, just a little bit there, allowing Wildcats to move in, and now there is another knock. It is just one left for KMG. Have they thrown this? It looks like they might have done 2 on 1. Wildcats moving in with the DBS, and that's a back-to-back chicken dinner, Wolf.
That is a back-to-back chicken dinner, back-to-back control of those zones. It looked a little bit harder there. Goat Valkyries gave him some grief, but it is nothing that Denzi Bank Wildcats couldn't deal with at the end of that game, shaking down the threat of KMG Esports there. Still, though, you got to give it to KMG. Never sure they got so many eliminations in this game, and that's what we talked about in that leaderboard, putting them right back on to the top of the rest of those teams.
Yeah, brilliant game from K. It is a shame that they couldn't quite grab that win, but yeah, KMG had some phenomenal rotations, really on the ball when it came to that, and the Wildcats showing everybody else who's boss, another 18 points. I mean, if that doesn't put them at the top of the leaderboard, I don't know what will, Wolf, because that was just such a great game from them.
Yeah, Denzi Banks really showing that consistency there in what looked to be a quiet game until it wasn't. Right at the end of that Sandhawk match, a lot of the teams falling right at the end of those final stage 4, stage 5, stage 6 rotations when it came push to shove of that blue. I think, though, also props to Go Valkyries keeping themselves in that final third position. Definitely going to help them when it comes to keeping that consistency, because we do have to keep in mind that a few of those teams that were on the top of the leaderboard fell down early or in the mid-game portion of that Sandhawk match.
Very true, very true. Yeah, we did see a lot of those teams, Galatasaray, go down as well. And I will say that Sandhawk, generally, we've mentioned this before, is generally a map where teams lower on the leaderboard can have a little bit of redemption, and we did see that in TPES. They had a very good game there. You could finally see a little bit more of that synergy coming through. They were playing as a team. They had some good eliminations in there. Unfortunately, kind of got crowded out by a lot of other teams, but that happens to anybody, and I think they had a good game here. I'm quite pleased with how they did. Slytherin and Bonfire, I am very confused with what was going on there. I'm going to have to read that because that was just insane.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes I think also coming through in these teams that we could highlight through from that last match. But as we look at those match rankings, we can of course see Denzi Bank with that chicken dinner. But Brute Force in third. They also got 7 eliminations in that match. They did fall towards the end of it, but a little bit of the unsung heroes when it comes to also doing their fair share of damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very quiet. Very quiet 7 eliminations coming in from them. I'm not sure that we even saw who the nations were, but some really good work coming in from them. Again, a very consistent team so far. We'd like to see that. For TPES, we do see 7 points total, so that's a fair few points there. But of course, it is going to be, I believe, Diavla. I think it's Diavla. Quote me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Diavla from KMG here being our MVP for this game. Love to see it. You got all that. You know, I have never been able to read those. What are they called? Spider graphs? What are those called?
Oh goodness, star charts. I think they were. We used to call them at least for us. Yeah, I think that's the name. Right. Oh my goodness, I feel pretty dumb right now. I used to use these, but actually, wait, they can't be star charts unless we're counting it as 6. It could be a hexagon chart. Okay, that's what we're gonna call it because we can call it a hexagon chart. That's what it is. That's the new name. I disagree with anything else.
Yeah, totally. Agreed. Yeah, but GG's there for Diavla. As we move into limbs and damage, woo, look at Bonfire are doing some heavy stuff over there for 6 eliminations, so not a bad result for all that damage at all, especially when you consider how early they went out. I mean, they only got rid of one team, and then, well, frankly, Slytherin as well, but in some ways, yeah, they got that. I wonder, well, if they got that. No, they didn't. Never mind. I'm not going to say anything else. We're going to move on. We're going to go to the rest of these teams. Galatasaray doing a lot of damage as well, but only for 1 elimination.
Yeah, I think I'm actually looking towards the teams that didn't do a lot. And we talked about those teams at the top, yes, not getting the points, but 4 out of the 5 bottom-placed finishers in this match all are on the left side of our leaderboard. All have had consistent enough, good, solid games for their first 2 matches. But this one, a bit of a slip-up for them. So we've got to see if those teams can come back, or were they just great in the first 2 games alone? Is we look at that player focus. The Avla, of course, that MVP from Sandhawk, there with the 5 eliminations, of course, in our number 1 position so far. But also, you've got to have Bank Wildcats to again get Voodoo up here for the 2nd time now in terms of the player focus.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice to see Voodoo up here again. She was a regular on the player focus boards last season, so really nice to see her back at it. Hate Me, Blair, and Saren as well, all really doing well on this Sandhawk. Again, similar survival times, except Saren, who got a fair amount of damage more than some of these players, but in half the time, so big GG's there. But yeah, very even across the board, 1 player per team sort of deal here. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, that damage all coming, I think, from the skirmish between Slytherin right in the earlier portion of the game. I think there's a couple of mistakes we could draw on there, but still fair enough. It was a pretty exciting showing between the 2 teams. As we come to the overall standings here now for our teams after our 3 games out of 5 today. Bank Wildcats having the top of a little bit of a break here, but also a few rising stars in the leaderboard. KMG, Digital Athletics, and Go Valkyries all trying to cement themselves here in that left side of the leaderboard, knocking down actually Galatasaray to that right side.
Ooh. Wow, that's very odd to see. Even this early on, you don't generally see that. And KMG, I mean, taking advantage of the kind of the 3rd game, going all the way from second page all the way up to 6th place, just like that, looking very, very nice for themselves indeed. And Question Mark doing well, holding on to that top 5 position. So yeah, looking very good for everyone concerned. But yeah, I mean, the Wildcats with a back-to-back win, they are definitely going to be topping that leaderboard, so big GG's going their way.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a showing still required from a few of those teams that we've been talking to. Bonfire, Wild Pixie, Pain Ladies, Slytherin. We need to see what they can do coming into their 4th game. But as we look into the overall top 5 eliminations so far of tournament, it is Bertha with those elite 8 eliminations. Diavla still, of course, with 6, and so many of them coming from that last Sandhawk match. But I think it would be the names that you would expect right so far coming from last season into this season that we see again on the top 5 eliminations.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I just gotta say kind of big ups to Diavla there, because you're right. Those eliminations to come into the top 5 overall from pretty much 1 game, that says a lot about the player. But it's really nice to see the consistency from all these top 5. I mean, you have 8 and then you have 6. I mean, there's no difference there between these players. You just got to love the consistency coming in through from all of the teams. It's very, very consistent across the board. And that's what makes these women's league games so exciting.
Yeah, and I think that's the volatility that we were looking for, the back and forth. We don't want a team, as great it is, to break apart. We want to be holding on to the edge of our seats right until that last game to see who gets through into that next phase 2. But we'll be right back with the second Miramar game of today after another quick break.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things that I haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things that I haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
welcome back everyone here for what will be our fourth game of the first day here at the PUBG Mobile Wonder League mid-season showdown. I'm, of course, Howlin' Wolf. I'm joined with Nevtura here for Miramar up next. And Nevtura, we've already seen one Miramar today. It was pretty dire when it comes to the water treatment control. Wildcats looked pretty in control of that match and the last one as well. Are we going to see a hat trick from the Wildcats today?
I think it's entirely possible, considering you're going back into Miramar, which is arguably the Wildcats' best map, has been for many months now. So I think they've got a pretty good chance. But at the same time, you know, we're seeing a few teams start to warm up a little bit more now. I think this is where we're going to start to see a lot of these teams start to kind of shake off that first day hesitancy and start to play a little bit better. So we could see anything happen. But yeah, my money's kind of still on the Wildcats for this one.
I love these planes, by the way, for Halloween. I'm getting such into the Halloween mood.
Yeah, right?
Like, I've got a Halloween party later this month, and I'm so ready for it. Although, I can't really say I'm so scary. I finally got the thing that I wanted, right? Which was, for so long, I wanted a little, like, onesie, but, like, a dog onesie. And I finally got one. And it looks so adorable. It's so not Halloween scary, but I'm so gonna wear it, like, to the Halloween party. Like,
awesome.
like I talked about the fashion sense, like, last game. Like, it's gotta be cutesy. You know, like, that's the word we're looking for.
Right.
Like, cutesy is like the thing. It just goes straight towards me. It talks to me.
Absolutely, 100%.
What are you feeling? Are you like a Halloween person, like Nevtura? What's like your favorite time of the year?
Oh, favorite time of the year?
Yeah.
You know, I think it's actually my favorite season's spring, so that's probably my favorite time of year, theoretically, because everything gets warmed up. I've never been that much of a Halloween person. My sister is. You know, I don't know. I don't know in terms of like the holiday stuff what my favorite would be, but I don't generally like get into super. I guess if I get into like a vintage Christmas vibe, then that.
Vintage Christmas vibe.
Vintage Christmas, yeah.
I like your vibe. I like the vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be interesting. I've not had that before. I've got to try this one time. One year I'm going to try it. But also, I want to, one time, this zone to go to Oasis. It's teasing us with that northern shift once more. A bit of a more northern shift. Yeah, a bit more northern this game. And I'm curious, actually, how these teams will use a similar zone. The first time we saw it, maybe there is an opportunity for teams to not be so sure. But now these teams, they've played a game like this before. I want to see how they benefit from a similar zone and improve on their mistakes that they made. If they, well, I'm sure they all made some small mistakes to larger mistakes from the second game.
Totally, yeah. I'll be interested to see that as well. I particularly want to see some different kind of ideas from Wild Pixie, TPES, and Question Mark in particular. I think those three teams come to mind when we're talking about kind of getting stuck in the last Miramar, and those end game zones. They really kind of got stuck there. So I'd like to see maybe some different rotations, some more forward-thinking, foundational rotations and positions coming in from them, and we'll just see how it goes. But this time it's Digital Athletics that look like they're having a little bit of trouble with their players.
Okay, surely though, Question Mark, understand that Goats could be doing a strategy again.
Right.
They gotta be aware that someone will be possibly up there on that man side, and maybe even looking for that opportunity. The information, you can see Molly overlooking through the windows, and we won't be able to spot O'Daddy just yet. And I want... Yes, them to keep the vision on Question Mark, but I'd actually love to see the rest of Goat Valkyries. O'Daddy have a vehicle there to return back to the rest of the team, but allow the rest of the team not to have to all pile in just for one look on a vision, but they already know a team will be here, but look further afield, because Go Valkyries, they made this mistake in the last game where, yes, they had this early game vision plan, but later on, it seemed to fall apart a little bit, right? They lost control of information on the map coming into those later portions.
No, absolutely. They absolutely did. I would really like to see the team sort of wrap around, go up to that big mountain directly north of San Martin, kind of like a sand dune almost. It's not really a mountain as such. But I'd like to see them kind of try and cut them off to the north a little bit, since that's where the zone seems to be going. Try and get some angles that way rather than just having the one on the mountain. You know, as you said, get as many angles as possible, but also that allows them to kind of have a look further afield and see what's happening elsewhere so they can move accordingly. I think that would be nice to just see them kind of play a little bit bigger than they're playing at the moment. This feels a little bit limited to one team or one specific area. They got to further branch out on their horizons a little bit more, I think, to really do well on a Miramar with the Northern Zone like this.
Right, especially with the Northern Zone, there's so many opportunities as well in terms of the hills. So much opportunity with the high ground for these teams. And I think we still saw glimpses of it with Pain being one of those teams that we look back to our second game really taking advantage of that high ground. I'd actually really love to see teams take control of the high ground earlier on and look to try punish those rotations on the main roads of teams coming in. Taking on that phase 2 mark as teams start to think about where they're going to rotate after that first shift. And I think we could see a bit more advantageous positions along those roadsides on these teams for this game, Matt.
Yeah, I would really like this a lot. I will say I really like what the Wild Pixies are doing here. This seems a lot more, I'm going to say the word again, forward thinking from them. This is a lot more responsive from them. They're looking for a little bit of that high ground. They're moving together. They're moving quickly. I think it's less than a minute or just over a minute since we've actually landed. So this is really good reaction times from them. And Question Mark's starting to make their move as well, but it looks like somebody's got a little an over angle from them. Yeah, it's the Wildcats already on the move, already looking for blood, and they're just going to be moving on out there. Taya over for Goat here, looking like she's alone for this one. This could be very dangerous. Question Mark, just roll on up. Oh no, Wolf.
Yeah, they make a lot of sound here moving in. Maybe the footsteps have been heard. The rest of Go are coming on their way. But Question Mark, they clearly do not want this fight. They're on their own rotation up northern to a bit of the more central part of the zone here in half end of Patton, back towards actually the San Martin city. They've retreated back to their own position, but now here Denzi Bank Wildcats lay, and it also see this team coming back to the same position. They will be safe. The City will protect them for now, but they got
see this. I think we've got a fairly different day lined up for us here, Wolf, because yesterday we had at least two teams, if I'm not mistaken, Galatasaray and the Denizbank Wildcats. Both of those teams have the same roster throughout the seasons. They are very experienced, good synergy teams. What I'm seeing today, though, is as far as I'm aware now, chat, you gotta correct me here if I'm wrong, but I think these are all new rosters, certainly from Season 2. I don't recognize anyone as being the exact same roster as in Season 2. So I'm going to be very interested to see what that kind of means when you're looking at these different rosters and the same players in different rosters, and how that will actually affect the games in general.
I mean, do you think that we've been alluding to maybe new strategies that we didn't see yesterday? Because as you saw yesterday's teams, there were a lot of players who had played on those previous seasons' matches. Now, do we maybe see how it will look like in a different form of new strategies?
Yeah, I'm super excited to see if there are any kind of new strategies. I think with the girls' team, there's always something new coming in, something fresh that you don't generally see in other tournaments. So if that's what we've got coming tonight, then absolutely, I'm so ready.
Look, we're just warming up to our first game, Erangel, and I think the Erangel match, as we say, is going to be a warm-up. I'm hoping that we're going to see some confidence through from our ladies in the first game today, because there were a little bit of subdued action in that first match yesterday. I think, to be fair, it was partly because of the zone. The zone was pretty diabolical from the first and the second game. It continued that way a little bit later on, and I think Group A definitely did have a few hard zones in yesterday's matches that we're going to be analysing. Are we going to maybe hopefully see a little bit of a calmer standings of teams, or are we going to get some of action starting off?
You know, I'd love to see a lot of action, but it's really going to depend on the zones. I mean, like you said, we had some dreadful zones. Pretty single game, I think the Sandhawk was pretty much a dreadful zone every single time right off the get-go. So I think for this, it's going to be a little bit easier for them this time around. But I'd like to see an easier zone mean they're more getting that aggression in really early and starting the show for us.
Look, and I'm also curious about the rotations, because the rotations were something that really caught my eye about these ladies yesterday, where there were some great rotations, but there were definitely some question marks, pun intended, from yesterday's team about the rotations that we saw going into those zones, especially around the Phase 4 to Phase 5 mark. And I'm curious how these ladies will navigate that mid-game point. Is there strategies coming into the mid-game on a map like Erangel that you already can have in your mind about rotations?
Yeah, I think you can, definitely. It's something I think these girls have been preparing a long time for, because generally what happens is the European Women's League even is basically the most senior event that the Women's League have every year, so a couple times a year. It's like PMPL for us, honestly. So I think they've been preparing a lot for this, and they'll know exactly not only what their rotations are, but what everybody else's rotations are going to be specifically for this event. So I think they've got it pretty locked down.
Look, and I'm hoping to see that confidence shine through and that preparation work shine through. I think also we talked about some of the teams coming in. You mentioned a couple favourites here. Are we expecting any dark horse teams looking at the rosters so far in today that maybe come out of that gate swinging, showing what they're made of?
Gosh, yeah, I think we're looking at maybe a few with the more experienced players as the majority of the rosters. I think you already know who I'm going to say. Out of this one, it's probably going to be our Lionesses. They've been here at least 2 seasons for the of them, and because they're big names in the scene, I think they have played together a lot. They're known together. They're known. So I think we're going to be seeing hopefully some really good stuff out of them in particular.
Look, I'm hoping for it, and I'm hoping for, as we said, that good stuff to come through, because they got a lot of a ceiling to have to climb, or should I say a high ceiling to reach. And you talked about it before with me about Dignitas, should I say not Dignitas, thinking another game, Digital Athletics, with 30 points and their 20 eliminations. And I think you sort of saw as well, alongside their high damage game in that final wrangle match, 2,875 damage.
Yeah.
A lot of the other teams in the first 5 matches yesterday generally have high damage numbers. And now you talk to me about this. Going into this first game, are we going to continue to see that, the high damage numbers from these teams? Because it feels to me that the women in this competition are all very much into the fighting and into the micro skills and the play.
Yes, they absolutely 100% are. I have rarely seen such aggression come from any team as I've seen from these girls. So it really is a scene for those who really like the aggressive side and the aggressive push sort of plays. Yeah, I think this is an interesting game coming into the Erangel as we're getting on to that flight path. I think it's going to be a very interesting game. I think, as we've said, it's going to start off kind of slow. I think a lot of teams are going to kind of get their footing and get the vibe of this particular tournament. And then hopefully by game 2, game 3, certainly by Sandhawk, we should be seeing it pick up a little bit, get some of those early eliminations in, and we'll be good to go, I think. But it looks like maybe, I know everybody's kind of grouped up together here, but are we looking at some hot trumps?
It could be the case. It's not as an even split here with the playing path, so it might be similar to what we saw in our final game yesterday, where some of the teams are going to fight. You see some of those teams looking towards the edge of the mountainsides on the west and around Georgia Pole. Potentially could see some rotations and some early clashes here. Also, already it looks like the KR Lionesses, as you talked about, we talked about them in the pregame, already opening fire onto the opponents from afar.
Lovely. Love to see it. Honestly, it's some nice early defensive maneuvers there. They're trying to get those points in super early, but I think that's what we can expect from a team that are very much an experienced team individually. They kind of know already what they're supposed to be doing right off the bat. So it'll be interesting to see what they're going to be coming through here. Nice landing spot, by the way. Hospital is a really good spot. I like this from them. It's not too hot, but it's still got plenty of loot. It's a nice in-between area. But the first blood has been spilled, and it's not over here, Wolf.
Yeah, it will unfortunately be here. KR Lioness is missing out on that first blood opportunity. It will be Ina taking out W over here, as unfortunately it looks like one of them will be knocked and taken out. We also have to know that H2K, Hard to Kill, they are down a member coming into this game. So I'll be curious to see how this affects them coming into this first match. Not the most ideal situation, but it is something to be wary of.
Yeah, absolutely. Fenerbahce are in the same boat as well. They're up there. You can see they have just a trio to go.
Georgia Pole, I expect some teams to be rotating around this way and looking at, of course, that control around the bridge where you have the mountain and opposite end the Wizard Tower. I think that smaller bridge there, more towards the east, would be a crucial point that these teams could, of course, always look to control and catch out one of the most ideal rotational bridges and crossings into the mainland of Erangel for those northern teams coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Very favorite places. And, Majesty always kind of clowned me for this because I do say it's one of my very favorite places. I say that a lot about a lot of places. So take it with a grain of salt.
We can have multiple
area
places.
You just described. Exactly, right. Well, that's one of my multiple places. The area you've just described is such a great spot for just fighting in general. End zones over there are always so interesting. So I'm looking forward if the zone does go that way. It doesn't look like it is going to, though, because we are seeing KR Lioness's V nature 1,200 meters from zone, and we all know that place is not 1,200 meters from this hospital area. So I think we are going to be going more to the east side, potentially more south, but I don't think so. So we'll have to see how that ends up working out. But, I think we got some good rotations coming in here fairly early. It looks like the Lionesses for sure are ready to go. Just have to see how that zone's actually shaping up. We could see, Wolf, a difference in these rotations as well, though, because we could definitely be seeing a difference from day one. We saw on day one there was a lot of rotations fairly early on. People were really quick to get into those zones quickly. With here, you're seeing a few, but I'm not really quite seeing the immediate jump to go into action just yet. So could see a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll see today maybe not the full let's all dive into the center of the zone type of play. I think it's great for the viewership. And don't mind me, I am one for the action. I am one for getting down with the team fights. But I also think that there's a time and a place where you have to take your time into the zone, play around the edge of the map, slowly work your way forwards towards that central point or to a point of power based on where the zone is in that specific game, and not just rush in, because that was one of the mistakes that we saw yesterday, with several teams often using these vehicles to move in too quickly, attract a lot of attention from those other teams already in the circle, and then get caught out because everyone knows where they are, but they don't have a position to call their own or to settle because they've not had the time to gather that said information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not really a huge fan of late rotations for that reason, because you end up having to make decisions in a pressured situation, either by zone or by other teams, without any real information. But I think Yakut here is getting loads of info as they cross paths with, I don't know who that is, Regnum? That might be Regnum there. Just crossing paths over by Shelter, but it doesn't look like they're going to be making much use of that information. They're going to be just moving on out. Yeah, it is Regnum Karia just crossing across by Shelter. And then you got Galacticos as well. So we are going over to that eastern side. Regnum and Yakut, both of these teams going to be making their move on Tunshin direction here. I would love to see maybe a fight already, but I doubt that's really going to happen. I mean, if they're smart, they're not going to make this a fight right now.
Yeah, I did get a little bit of a sneak peek of that zone. It does look like it has gone far up towards that northeastern point. Neptura, you're now looking maybe towards those rotations like Yasna, Pollyanna, and the bridge crossing. Those fields, particularly, could be a great opportunity for teams who you said playing on the edge who still want to pick up those points in early parts of the game. Maybe looking towards those fields around the craters on towards the south of Yasna, Pollyanna, and taking advantage of the high hills, or the high hill, should I say, just before that. And not to mention Yasna Pollyanna, I think would be a great opportunity for teams who maybe want to have that comfortability of just staying safe in the first game, could be an option for them. Although I would always argue staying away from the city and allowing to yourselves to gather the information of teams putting themselves in that situation would be better, because of course it is in phase one, and we do have to be aware that the zone could shift away from those cities and those points, making it harder, of course, to rotate out of those locations.
Yeah, I think it depends on the size of the city, to be honest. I think a city like Yasnaya, as long as there's maybe only two teams at that point in town, I think you're generally okay. It's those smaller cities and the smaller groups of compounds that generally put you in the worst spot if the zone does move away. But I don't really like compounds. I prefer the wide open spaces, but neither of these are going to be working for who's just gone down there. I don't think the board to the right-hand side is actually working. So White are going after somebody. They've already taken out one of Yakut, and now it looks like they are going after, I can't see. Can't see who that is. We're going after them, though.
Yeah, it's White. They're going to be moving in towards their first fight. It looks like they might have caught some player out here, Neptura, as unfortunately won, and they look to be in some trouble.
Oh,
would be White. Mia going down, but it will be the rest of the D squad behind them. They will not fall down just yet, and they will keep Mia crucially alive in that fight. They didn't get executed away, so they will be back as a 4-man squad, and already with 3 eliminations. So White starting off the first game strong here.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Yeah, that was Yildiz from Inception there. That's a shame. Yildiz is another big player from the previous season, so shame to see her go down so early. But Inception are actually a duo, right? Not the best start for them. White, on the other hand, they've gotten 3 rotational eliminations. That's always a great start to any sort of game. Rotational eliminations are the best, honestly, because it's minimal damage to you. You're not making big pushes. You're just kind of spraying and praying. It's a good time had by all, except the people you're eliminating. But the zone is going to be going down to Lipovka down there, going to be centering up on Yasnaya as well. So I think a lot of teams kind of knew where this was going to be going. We do see a lot of teams, I mean, I always do this, Galacticos making a big monopoly over onto those fields over to the south of Yasnaya, but it looks like they're going to be moving up now. Interesting to see that they kind of already had this down.
Yeah, I also really like their position there. If Lakers modeling around the areas we said, just keeping an eye on those hills towards the south. I definitely think that would be a crucial location for these teams to take advantage of. Especially those teams coming from the western side on those earlier rotations, you expect them to be making more of that southerly rotation rather than going towards maybe the north end of the map, knowing that there could be teams on their rotations. They would get an easier time rotating down the south end due to the way that the plane path goes to the zone. I actually think, though, that you see some of these teams right on the eastern edge playing a bit maybe too safe, and I'm worried about these teams that are looking down towards Lipovka. They could catch out the likes of those rotations, as PNC are also going to lose a player on the knock too hard to kill there on the kill feed, but we do move over to it. To explain my point, however, they might be a bit struggling coming to the end of the game to come out of Lipovka, come back into the game if it does shift away from there, because you do have a lot of downward hills and those roadsides where teams can catch you moving into the rotations into the center of the zone where it is currently.
Yeah, I think it's always, I'm a big proponent of trying to set up as much as possible for endgame. So not only just choosing what to go into zone 2, but choosing a position that you can get to in zone 2 that you can hold for zones 4, 5, and 6. So places like Lipovka, unless the zone is going to center up in the middle of town, which it rarely does, Lipovka is not a good spot to really be because of those hills, because of those downhill slopes towards the town. You end up having a really hard exit plan for those types of places, because that whole hill just will have loads of teams on it, and probably 3 or 4 if the zone does end up going up those hills. I've seen it before. You have a lot of teams up there, but who is it? It's Ilem, isn't it? With that big old sniper rifle. It is. I knew it. I thought that was her. She has the great big. Oh no, she doesn't. Wait, who was that then? That had the AM whatever. The new sniper. Who had that?
Yeah, it could be also from Galacticos, Siren potentially from the other side.
Oh, maybe.
As well, fighting. So it is really is PNCR. On their last legs, you can see they're fighting for this elimination point per PNCR. You're down to only now 2 more smokes. You really aren't getting out of this position, but it's about how long PNCR will be able to survive. I do worry we might be seeing a bit of an early exit through from this squad. Got to see what they will be able to do on the next match, because now as more teams surround themselves, there is no way out. Fenerbahce also do have to be wary on their exit calls. Now, once PNCR does go down, you might end up with a Galactico Sirens moving towards you on that rotation, as they also may look to rotate upwards and into that more central point, as you said, of the zone.
Yeah, we could see that clash end up happening. They do seem to be looking for it, at least on Galacticos' side. But at the moment, Fenerbahce just really pointed in on this shack, which is interesting because it's interesting that they're trying so hard for this, because I don't think that PNCR have any real power over them at this point. It's uphill, they don't have an angle. I mean, I know they want the point, but I suppose they just don't want to backstab as well. But it's interesting that they're getting almost, not quite, but almost tunnel visioned into that shack in particular. It's an interesting play coming in from them. Going back over to White, though, Kira has 3 eliminations. White are doing a pretty darn good job this time around. They're entering this tournament very strongly, so nicely done on their part. And at the moment, nice 2-2 split coming in here. Good, strong compounds on this side of zone. They got 15 seconds till the next one comes on in, though, so we'll see if that works out for them.
Yeah, I really actually think that White have a great opportunity here to keep advantage and keep control of this area of the zone. You can see Fenerbahce off to the edge of them and other teams up further, even towards the more north and eastern end of the zone shift. But I'm curious to how now this stage 2 shift has gone. It has now gone back towards Fenerbahce and towards Galacticos. And now it's going to be realistically here. We see Fenerbahce making that wider rotation to get to this little compound in. I like this move. Rather than being caught on these teams, moving in from the east now with that hard shift back to the western edge, and also get themselves some safety, some security with the building from those teams as well, and not fall prey to Galacticos later on.
Yeah, I love this. This is the kind of timing that I want to see from teams. As soon as the zone goes, you go. I don't want to really see much hesitation whatsoever here. So it's really nice from Fenerbahce to be coming straight into Yasnaya. Now, this is bold. And I will say, we were talking about Lipovka and how hard it is to get out of there. You do see Yakut having that same sort of struggle. Yakut and Kasich, rather. Kasich being on the Lipovka side. And Yakut trying to gatekeep him, but it looks like it might not be working, actually, unless I had it the other way around. Anyway, one of the two is not doing so well, and I think that's Yakut with 2 down. So just what we were talking about, Lipovka, kind of going back to that.
Yeah, and this is doing that mistake that we talked also about earlier, which was now being able to drive later on in the zone. You don't have that flexibility. You don't have that information awareness of where those teams are. In Galacticos, they're going to take away that one elimination, bring Yakut down to just Italy, the solo player. They do have a building to call their own, but you do have to be wary that there are still teams to come in. Hard to kill. Still another one of those squads to come in from the northern end. So there are later rotating teams. It can pressure those teams that are indecisive.
Oh, now this is interesting. We're seeing White get threatened a little bit here by EB. I think that's going to be, who's that going to be? I'm just checking, right? Some live questioning going on of the roster. I'm not sure who that quite is there, but EGL, sorry, yeah, it's going to be EGL over there. So some interesting altercations coming in there. Fenerbahce not getting quite to Yasnaya. I think that was kind of just a little bit of a scout going on there, but a nice compound nonetheless. Yes, it's a good spot for them. I'm just not sure how PNCR are still around. I think the zone really saved them there because teams started getting more preoccupied with actually rotating than taking her out. So she's still alive for this one.
Yeah, and all PNCR have to do is just stay quiet, because if you make a move on these rotation teams, they might decide that shack is where they're going to start to have to stop and where they're going to have to take that pit stop to take PNCR out before it can move on, even if they feel pressured by bigger teams around them. PNCR can, of course, in that way take another team, but they have to be selfish. They have to focus on their own in this first game, because there is an opportunity, if that zone stays with PNCR, that they can allow the rest of the teams to fight and work up a potential for some 1, 2 or more placement points.
Yeah, so Absolutely. Oh, the Lioness is coming under fire now, though. So they've made it all the way from Hospital. They've come right around over the northern side, but it looks like Cat Veins in a little bit of a pickle here. He has lost her buggy. I'm pretty sure she's lost her buggy here. Nice little spray. Oh, that was a bit of an overpeak from Celinda there. Not used to seeing that from her. And now the rest of the squad coming in with that big old push. That is just a really bold, really nice play coming in from them.
And I like how the Lionesses are approaching this fight. You're seeing their Logica be able to take the nades through onto the rooftop. Logica almost gets hit by the nade through the edge of the window. There will be the second shot, though, down. And that will be Logica away, though. You see on the elimination feed, V-Nature takes down 2 in return. So it is a trade for now. Lionesses evening it up. Kai almost steps into the nade on the staircase, peeks through the smoke with the bullets, will go down to half HP, more utility being used, and now Kawhi stops using the edge of the eyes side on their screen to keep an eye on the staircase. Revive back now, Cat Veins, Galtas, Galacticos moving round for the flank. Logica has to defend this. Nade in, will be a little wide. Second one goes through. Well, again, full wide as Logic. Galactico Sirens moving back furthermore. And we start to have a bit of a stalemate here, Neptura. Lionesses, they need to push up a bit more, get through that smoke cloud, but you can see it's so difficult. The moment they walk up, they get shot down and they have to go back for the revive.
Oh, they're I think this is a bail. I think this might be a bail here, yeah. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Oh, it's all gone very wrong. Going for the one, she gets that, but she does go out. So unfortunately, we get 2 eliminated right off the bat there. Yeah, WM as well getting taken out there. But I feel that's really sad for the Lionesses, I've got to say, because I think what killed them was that hesitation. I know how difficult it is to actually push up there, but honestly, I think they allowed the other team to get that revive going, and that's what ended up killing them, because that was a beautiful push in the beginning there. They had that distraction. Cat Veins, I thought, oh, she's just stuck behind a rock. Galacticos have this one. They're in the advantage, and then all 3 of them just suddenly appear at that wall. So that was a really, really good play from them. It should have worked. I think they just waited a little too long. So that's a shame, but Galacticos, the damage was done by the Lionesses anyway, and on that rotation into the Galacticos out there. My goodness me, we're already down to 13 teams. It's all going off now.
Fenerbahce really in a bit of a pickle, as they only have the Rock to call their name, but they do have the Zone. They have a bit of control here with the road to help act as a sort of defense to block out these teams roaming in on that eastern flank. White also looking to step further forward from the north. Have met now the rest of Inception. The last remaining player, I do believe here, will be taken down. Won't be a problem here for White, as they'll move themselves up to 7 elimination points and back to a quick revive, because they need to get in that zone. 1 minute will be moving forwards, and if you get caught by the stage 6 zone, should I say, you really do not have any option other than to run.
No, you really don't. Big GG's to PNCR here for finishing in 11th place when they should have been out in 16th. So she managed to survive and get her team 5 more placement positions, not necessarily points, but positions, so good on her. I think White are in a really good position to do very well here, as long as they can get inside that zone, which hopefully won't be too much of an issue for them. Regnum Karya have been a really quiet team so far, only 1 elimination. And they do have H2K to get through, as well as Onyx. So we'll have to see how they end up doing that. At the moment, looks like they are going to be taking the H2K and move out, and I think that's going to be a spray down. If she doesn't get them, somebody else will. Yeah, Onyx is going to be... No, it is Bambi, actually, to grab that. So GG's. That's going to be 3 eliminations just like that from the one. Kasich, though, they're over here on this ridge side. They have to get in. I think they've got it the worst out of everybody here. They've got a big old ridge. They're downhill, a long way from zone, and several teams in the middle of them.
Yeah, before you is an absolutely horrible position. You can see the danger of being the team maybe too early into the middle of the action. It's going to be a widely open zone here to finish this off, so that vehicles really do play an important part in the fight. The smoke's now running out for a lot of these squads. You've got to use those vehicles as the wall, the shield, to keep you alive. Kazakhs do find one knockdown. It will, though, be picked up there by EG, as they will take down Ice Pack. White also falling alongside Onyx. So it's Kazakh looking like they will be taking two of the rest of the Onyx squad, so pushing down towards that southern end. Meanwhile, Lakers also in some difficulty.
Eagle might just have an opportunity here if they can kind of get rid of B4 here. Make sure that the other team behind them, Kasich, I think that is, B4 is gone. If they can make sure Kasich actually move in on the other side of zone, they may actually have an opportunity here. Beautiful onto Lakers. If they can just get those two to start fighting and then sneak in on their own, or maybe do a third party, that would be really nice. But it looks like they've kind of jumped the gun on this one. They've already got that knock onto Lakers. They don't have that element of surprise, but they still could get a deal of it.
Ooh,
This girl,
unfortunately, Eagles are just too good. They will be taking another knock, but the knocks mean nothing at the end of the day if you can't get out of that dip. I mean, they need to now find a bit of a push here. They need to find something to be able to walk up into this zone. As they are outside of it, they're going to feel the pressure now as stage 6 will engulf so many of these squads, and you will now see them make those quicker rotations in, look to try and dash with the vehicles, use them as a blockade. Will be met also by the rest of Kazakh Limerence. Eagles have got to step out of vehicles, they've got to fight, but they've already lost one. And you can see the pressure is now also behind you. You've got a broken Lakers looking to try attack, but they will all fall to the edge of the blue. Eagle, they do make it in. One more phase for now.
Oh my goodness, that is what a great push. And no, Melzi going down. I think that may possibly be the death knell here, because both these teams either side of them will know that they are down. Might mean a push for them, but very nice little knock there. Going to hold off that team on the left side. Kasich, the only one who might do something, but I think they're a little bit too busy to really care other than getting those pot shots going. Kasich, on the other hand, will be using those nades instead, so that was a beautiful nade coming in. Eagles in a really tough spot here. If they can just survive, they'll have a really, really good game here, but it's being very, very difficult.
Yeah, $1 Million Babies realistically have the opportunity here to walk up to control this zone. If they can try to fend off Eagle. Eagle won't be able to do the damage though on to Kazakh Limerence. They will walk forward. They do, as I say, Letty still up. The only player here for finds another elimination point, brings him up to 4, but so low after the nade, I don't think they can do it, and it will be their $1 Million Babies to take down one for themselves. Kazakh Limerence up to 6 eliminations, but you can see they've got the zone still to push in. 20 seconds, and here come the $1 Million Babies looking for their $1 Million chicken dinner win in the first game, but Fenerbahce are only going to sandwich them together. There they go, and down to the final 2. It's 10 eliminations, double-digit game for the Babies here in Erangel. But Fenerbahce are looking to show us why they are such a staple name here in PUBG Mobile. Looking to show us that they can hold their own from the gate.
This is really, really nice from them. I think the $1 Million Babies, they've had a great entry point here. They have that actual high ground. They've moved up along the ridge into zone, so they've had a really good spot to be able to do this. Great knocks to back up that high ground as well. There's another one onto the limb there. Fenerbahce's had a great game at the moment, so either way, the second place or first is just, it's going to be fine. It's going to be good to go, but I think $1 Million Babies are really, really looking for it. Beautiful beautiful aggression coming in, just pinning them down. Here comes the car we know and love so well, right over, getting that rundown, and it is going to be the $1 Million Babies getting the first winner chicken dinner of this evening. A great turnout for them.
Like, that's how you do. When you got the money, you had the car to spend, and you just run over for the victory with the vehicles. They grab their first chicken dinner here of the tournament and out of the first game here in Group B. They looked a bit subdued. They looked a bit quiet throughout that first half of the game, but boy, did they come alive, Niptura, at the end of those final stages.
Yeah, beautifully done. I mean, I think that's pretty much textbook ending for them there. You know, that kind of aggression. They put Fenerbahce into a corner. They backed them up. They got those knocks. They made them kind of scurrying around trying to get on that defensive side, gave them no opportunity to be aggressive whatsoever, and then provided that cover some more while they got that car in there to do the run over and just cause all kinds of chaos. That was a very, very, very well done game there from them. Very nicely done. And 23 points to show for it. Not bad.
Yeah, a strong start here coming through from the $1 Million Babies, and I think it was a team that we sort of had a bit of a question mark. They were new players. They had Kitty, yes, on their roster, but Kitty was a part of a squad that finished 19th. I'm really happy, actually, with seeing how they played, and as you said, not only the victory, but the way that they moved into those final stages, right, and the way that they were able to keep control of that zone, because it was a tough zone, and you saw even the likes of Kazik with the team organization that we know is a part of a staple of PUBG Mobile by now, still come to the end, and they still were able to take these squads down.
Yeah, beautifully done on both sides. I think Fenerbahce had a great game as well. I mean, 8 eliminations in a second place, not bad either. Yeah, I think it really comes down to just kind of what they had going, that high ground that they were able to keep a hold of. I think a lot of teams would have loved that, but that zone was so difficult, that final circle, super duper difficult for them. And for any team, because it was so open, because you had teams on both sides very close to you, you had to have super awareness, super reactions, and they did super duper well with that. So very well done there. But I think all 5 of those teams did a really good job of getting in there and kind of struggling to, get that spot as best they could. Even if they didn't succeed, they did a very good job at it.
Yeah, I really think that it came down to the organization, team play. I actually really liked as well the Eagles rotation in. They were able to fend off a few of those teams that you thought would maybe have a better position moving in right to the end game. They did take it to actually Kazakh Limerence, who were then damaged enough to fall down to third. I think definitely Eagles did play a part there in the $1 Million Babies getting that win. But it was them, Idiot, who were able to take down Fenerbahce and take the final chicken dinner for themselves. As we move on to the match standings here at Neptura, I am curious to see how the points look after that first game, and it will be, yes, a slight lead, but no surprise to see, actually, I think a lot of these teams taking those fights and keeping the scoreboard even, similar to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're definitely seeing a little more of the teams actually getting more eliminations per team. So the top 4 have loads, Eagles as well, and then it kind of dwindles quite. The first game yesterday, a lot of teams with 0, but those kills are more spread out amongst the teams. So interesting to see that little difference there. But honestly, White coming in with the 3 eliminations right off the get-go pretty much. They had 1, then 2, 3, and then they climbed up their way to 10 total eliminations there. I think it was a really good game from White. It was a good game from all these teams, honestly. I think everybody, except for a couple of the, kind of onto the left side, the right side, rather, I think a lot of these teams had some excellent results here today.
Yeah, and I think as we take a look now at the player focus, no surprise, I think, to see the $1 Million Babies up there, but actually Raz for 7 eliminations so far already, just in this one match alone. You look back towards yesterday, right, Neptune, we cast our minds back to the top kills or eliminations, I say, by the end of 5 matches, it was sitting around 12, 13 or so. That's already half of the eliminations out of 5 matches on the previous group in just 1 game done here by Rasfa.
Yeah, that's an insane result. And I do remember Razdva from the previous seasons, and she kind of did the same sort of thing. So this is just another day at the office for her, and I'm super excited to see does she continue this through the next 4 games. I mean, it's entirely possible that this could be the heavy hitter game, and then they're going to just play it chill for the next few games. But I'd like to see her continue at least to make those numbers climb just a little bit more. It'd be fun to see.
Yeah, as we check out the eliminations and the damage as well, a very even split. It was what we were kind of expecting on the terms of the damage chart, much higher damage than you might be used to in other tournaments, but still it was those top teams topping the damage charts. Kazakh Limerence overall with the 16-12. It's going to be a waste. I'm hesitant to see that we'll get a game with the highs of 2,800 damage like we had yesterday, but it's still very normal for the ladies here to go around the 1,500 mark.
It very much is. So, nice consistent day game for them. I do see some stealing from $1 Million Babies, though. That elimination count is higher than their damage count, so that's kind of sus. Take your own kills, but you know what? No, take everybody else's kills as well. It's fun to steal.
We'll have to take ourselves to a short break, but afterwards we'll be back with Miramar. We'll see you soon.
working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things I haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things I haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Myself, Haaland Wolf, and Neptura to the left of me. We just came off our $1 Million Babies hot Erangel win for the first game of Group B. Now we're going to the even hotter map of Miramar. Neptura, what can we expect coming from what we've seen yesterday?
Yep. Hello. I've been muted this entire time. Apparently it's just game 2, because this happened yesterday. Game 2 didn't help. It wasn't good. Anyway, hi everybody. I've been talking this whole time. It's been fun. I'm just saying, sniping I'm looking for on Miramar, but also I think it's going to be a little bit more of a passive game coming in here. But you know what, Wolf? I've been talking enough. Whether or not chat could hear me is entirely a different matter. You go ahead. What are your thoughts on Miramar? I think we've got.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
So, yeah, I had to. I blame you for this one because I had to mute to ask you. So now we've done it both. And you've taken me down. That's true. You've done it to us both.
You're welcome.
But now that we got the formalities out the way, I was going to say that I think, in my professional opinion, I would love to say that it's a cool map. It's a cool map. But also, professionally, I think it's about the rotations. The rotations, like I said yesterday, cannot emphasize enough how important it is for these teams to make sure they are rotating on time, they have the informed decisions of where they need to go based on the zone. We talked about it already on Erangel, but it's even more important, it's more amplified on Miramar. Yes, because of the size, it's going to be bigger, but also because there's a lot more terrain differential in Miramar.
Absolutely, and I think we touched on this a little bit yesterday as well, in just that those rotations are also going to be a lot slower just because of the terrain and how bumpy it is. But it's starting, speaking of bumpy, it's a bumpy start for White. The team from the game 1 that had such a good start, going down fairly early here. White just down to 2 already, and it's actually at the hands of PNCR, who we all know didn't have a good game at all last game. So it's kind of switched the way around here.
Yeah, PNCR, I think, was an unfortunate first game. It happens where they kind of all fell apart in the early stages. They were left to a solo player. Then they sort of just disappeared out of the game at some point in the first match. But you can see that White, they tried to take from here Minas Generalis, but actually you can see the split around PNCR. It's just a little bit better here because White are on this 2-2 split. They didn't have the answer or the enough angles to cover to answer back onto PNCR to their push. So they do take down one for now. Mia is in a bit of a precarious position. I do expect if White don't come to defend this, they will lose the secondary member. Could just be the case. I worry if White do try to come in to save them, they might not be able to, and they might lose more members.
Yeah, I think that's a very difficult situation to be in because it's really die if you do and die if you don't. They can't come in to find Mia. They're not going to be able to. They're only 2. Mia's in the middle of them. She's just got to wait this out, and hopefully that PNCR will push and she can deal with them. They can both deal with them. But no, she's a solo either way here for the most part. So it's a very difficult situation for them to be in. PNCR, though, they do know that if they over push this, if they get overconfident with it, they could very easily lose here. You've got Mia at the front, but you also have the other one in the back who I think probably has a fairly clear sightline on to at least some of these players here. So, yeah, throwables are going to be their best bet.
Yeah, I definitely think that PNCR do not want to get sucked into, but they do have the automatic here. Could put out some good damage if they do decide to come closer forward. And you've seen it before, plays where you come in and then the Uzi comes out and then multiple members do fall away. Crazy, moving around one side. I would like them to come around one side each. Be able to sit down and say, look to find Mia, and there they go. They will be able to find it. They do come from multiple angles. Mia will fall. It is clean enough. And there comes their third elimination of the second match here. And I did think White had a 2-2 split, but actually you can see it's only now Shera. So White are in the same situation that PNCR were in the first game, and really is not going to be great for them with the size of Miramar. We said how more open it is and how much more you need to rely on the team to be able to split and cover enough of an area on those rotations in.
Yeah, you really do. It's interesting that PNCR have been able to kind of replicate what White did in game one, even to the point of leaving White to a solo, which is very interesting here. 3 eliminations right off the bat, and plenty of time, plenty of space to heal back up and get up to full health, ready for the next zone that's about to come in. We are going to be seeing zone move in a little bit here, but it's a fairly decent zone. It's pretty much centered up nicely. Everybody's going to have a fair shot of getting in. We did see a few teams up to the north side outside of zone, so they're going to have to move in, and that might get a little spicy, but certainly not for the Lakers down here. They're down in Los Leones. They are chilling big time. You got Futaba here just looting on up a little bit for the Lakers monarchy. There we go. So I think for the majority of these teams, unless we start seeing clashes for locations that are generally more popular, I don't think we're going to see a lot of aggression coming in just yet.
Yeah, and I think this was something that we talked about. I believe it was Rook who were the ones in Los Leones yesterday, where you could look now in day 2 in later phases of these teams come into Los Leones to potentially punish some of the rotations coming out of these teams in these certain compounds. Los Leones is one of those locations where they are going to be very deep into the pit of the city, and the mountains around them, a great opportunity, I think, for teams, if they are confident enough to take it to them, to maybe not only contest in around Los Leones, but maybe also make those earlier rotations in to catch those teams out on those initial first phase rotations.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting rotation coming in here. This is one of the teams from the north side, and looking very good. Yeah, I gotta have that.
I know, right? We were having
extra...
a bus moments.
We were. I saw it. It was great.
I'm waiting for the montage reel. Someone please make it at the end of this season. Just add it in. If no one else does it, I swear I'm going to have to go back through these streams and just pick out specifically only the car forms. Everything else, doesn't matter by the end of the tournament. That's decided. That is set in stone in the past. But the car montage, that's where it's at, Nepture. That's where the memes come from.
It's so true, It doesn't matter how pro you are going to flip your vehicle. You are going to get it stuck on a ridge. It's just going to happen. So we might as well make a montage out of it while we still can, but that opportunity is not here for White, unfortunately, for this game. They do go out in 16th place. It looks like Galactico Sirens getting shot at just a little bit. Not sure who by. I don't think it's by Yakut here, because Celinda doesn't know that they're there. Now she does with that late rotation there, and she's going to be pushing all the way back, but woman moment, oh no, knocked over there by, I think that was Kasich, if I'm not mistaken, but oh no, Yakut rather, but not looking all that fantastic, as Galactico's got a hole up in this little compound area here. This is their best spot that they have so far until they can get some more. And mute E. Yeah. Yep. All right, we are back, everybody. Sorry about that. We had a quick little upset, but it's all good. We're all back and ready to go. PNCR, having made their rotation in here, just a bit, still in those 3 eliminations, but it's a good start. We don't need to do that. We don't need to get higher just yet. Well, stage 2. We aren't gone all that long stream. We're good to go. At the moment, though, it's going to be on with Yakut, 3 eliminations as well. So we may have missed 1 or 2 tiny little details here with a couple more eliminations for Yakut there, but fine. All good to go there. So Galacticos,
Yep.
rather, still in their own spot. Yakut is everywhere, here, there, and everywhere. And Wolf sounds like he's back in.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I've been waiting. I was gonna say, like, we're just skipping the action, you know. We're getting to the action now. Like at the later points, we just get rid of all that boringness of phase 1 rotations. Who needs to talk about that boring Highland Wolf? No one needs to know about rotations. It's all about the team fights at the later stages. And an interesting zone here in the 3rd shift. It has gone a bit towards that Chumusera hillside. And I really want to see those teams look to pressure the high ground, because there is a immediate strength on that more westerly end of the zone compared to the east. You do not want to be stuck exiting outside of Los Leones, because that side on the east of that zone, it's all open space coming outside of that city.
Oh, it is. It absolutely is. One of my very favorite places on Miramar, but it's such a great spot. It's really fun. Not necessarily fun at this level of play, you know, it's fun in your odd casual game or what have you, but here, maybe not so much. I do feel for PNCR and H2K, though, they're both outside the zone, and this zone is going to be absolute heck to try and get into, so they're going to have to try very, very hard to get in here. We did lose a women moment as well, unfortunately. We do have KR Lionesses here, though, full squad with 2 eliminations already, so that's a good start from them as well. Lakers down to 2, though, so most of these teams do have a full squad, with the exception of Lakers and Regnum Karya. So looking pretty good there for these the rest of these squads, but you want to see a little bit more passiveness from Lakers in some ways, but you don't want them to just go full solo mode, full just sit in a shack mode. That's not going to be good for anyone. Eagles, though, Letty having a little bit of a fall, a little bit of a tumble at the hands of Regnum Karya coming in here, so that's 1 point on the board for them. And yeah, Eagles going to have to lose one fairly early here.
Towards the northern side, so they look to have given up the space for an opposing team. Maybe a bit of a mistake here, because now with the zone so small, you're moving in to even more teams up towards the center point. It was always going to be difficult with this zone shift, though. Does cut off a lot of the space with that road. It makes it a lot more difficult for these teams to get across that more open roadside and onto the zone once more. Really looking towards if you can see a bit of control here from the rest of Eagles to stop Regnum, and also you could hear up on the far right to stop them coming into his zone.
Yeah, I mean, I would say you could have one of the better places in zone here. The only problem is that, of course, $1 Million Babies are right behind them and could, in the end, have a great angle against them. So you could have to be very careful here. They've got 3 teams to look at, so lots of elimination potential here, but they have to be careful of that backside, as well as, you know, kind of looking towards the new zone where that's going to end up going. But PNC are just getting absolutely obliterated by KR Lionesses over here. Not sure what's happening, and they are eliminated with a nade. Beautiful stuff from Inception as well here. A nade with a third party, perhaps. Can't quite see what's going on there. But that's a big shame. PNCR had a great start, but couldn't quite make it through. Of course, they were the ones that were coming at a disadvantage with having to come into zone. They weren't already in zone, so it could be one of those sorts of issues there. But we did see Onyx just making a full send into zone that way from the south side. So I have to see how that goes for them. But Fenerbahce, and before you, having a little bit of an altercation there.
Yeah, here Inception really feeling the next shift as it has gone further away from them. In Kasich too, going to have to now come outside from, as we said, the more eastern end of Los Leones, and looking to try find a position out of the more open space that the east does have in store for these squads. The more western side, though, also you have to keep in mind that it did go away from the church, so you have a lot of control now for the rest of the crew and the rest of their team on controlling with that 2-2 split. Realistically, the only ones with the control in this zone on the high ground for now, and it's this battle on the eastern side where the rest of these teams really are fighting it out for.
Yeah, you make a great point there. The control has switched completely into Yakut's hands there on that western side. On the eastern side, Kasich having a really, really tough time to try and get in here. The great little spot by Inception here. Ooh! Maya nearly getting knocked there, but great awareness, kind of knowing where they are. Beautiful coming in there. But that is not from her. I think that's from one of her teammates there. This could be a great push, and with Lionesses on that right side, this could be the end of Inception here.
Yeah, Inception looking like the nades just keep on putting him into the dirt. That will be 3 already got in Kasich Limerence. They cannot miss for now. That will be the first one that they will go wide with. Is Amaya stepping in for the final assassination over the hill. They see them looking now on towards the left flank. They're coming in all together. You want to make this push coordinated, but that is buying time as they set up for the play for Inception to move up, only though into the potential hands of Galactica's Sirens, as they are also on the edge of that eastern side of the zone. They are the ones really with that proper control against all these teams, yes, it was the side of Classic Limerence finding some eliminations, but there are the bigger fish here of those inside the zone. You can see Eagles making their push as well, trying to slowly find a way into his compound. They need to be quick, though, in how they settle down. The blue zone only now another minute away, and it has shifted all the way to that eastern side. All of those teams on the west are going to have to make that move now, and it really does look diabolical for so many of them.
Oh yeah, $1 Million Baby is completely messed up by this. Very nice there from FQ. Very nicely played indeed. But already top 7 teams. I mean, that's it. FQ actually coming in clutch there for her team. She's going to be able to get those revives done and dusted. Beautiful rotation from Kasich here to move on the other side of Galacticos up to that south side of the zone there. Very nicely done. But you can see just Onyx and Yakut just barreling down that hill as fast as they can. That's not going to be fun for this duo here. Amaya and Leora, two very experienced, well played players. Honestly, they've got some good skill between the both of them, so I think they're going to be okay for now. But Onyx not having a good time, and I don't blame them. Look at this angle.
Yeah, this is an absolutely horrible angle here for Onyx to have to fight in. They had the protection before, but with that zone shift, with that move in, Yakut is completely sandwiching them between Kasich, Limerence, and Kasich. Meanwhile, trying to get the shots, maybe bite off more than he could chew. If Yakut can stall out the play for long enough, they are just trying to hold Jakku on this blue. As the stage does now shift in closer, Jakku now forced in, regardless of whether they wish to or not. They cannot be caught inside this blue, but it's only now into the hands of these other players. Onyx only now to try to get back up, barely avoiding the shots of Kasich, but into the rest of the teams. Kasich will take down Sude, and that will be the second to fall. Kasich Limerence taking another 2 to them, and Amaya 7 eliminations in this game.
Oh, but the zone just hates everyone concerned. They can't decide which side the zone is actually going to go on to. The Eagles getting completely obliterated now. Kasich doing some amazing work here, but the zone has gone completely against them. It is in the favor of Galacticos, is in the favor of Fenerbahce as well as, and Kasich have to cross open ground now, so their days could be very well numbered here.
I love this quick move that Galacticos made, moving 2-2 to keep an eye with the angle that they have, the strong point and the high ground they have with the building outside the zone. They keep 2 of their players inside the zone to make sure they're not completely pressured out later on. Fenerbahce, you can see with that higher angle that they're still keeping with those 2 behind players, taking out 1 knock so far. Now come the front line to step up, looking to take away Sealer. Scissor also will have to move away, but it's not quick enough. There's a molly, the nade comes through. There will be 1 to fall, and the second, yes, did get revived back up behind, but the smokes come back down, and this is crucial because Fenerbahce using these smokes for the meantime on themselves is not where they want them to be. They want those smokes to be further forward. They want to have that aggressive play, but it's Eagles as well who will fall back down to the bottom. Kasich even coming in here as Galacticos. They need to turn their attention. It's a third party trying to invade onto the action. The pressure that they were putting down to Fenerbahce, but they are able to step back, look back towards Kasich and Limerence as Fenerbahce offered up some respite for now.
GG's. I mean, I thought Kasich was going to do it there because Galacticos got 1 knocked and then the other was knocked by the zone. So immediately Galacticos were a duo. I thought they were going to have that, but no, it's going to be Fenerbahce versus Galacticos here.
And Fenerbahce, they've been able to find a split. They've been able to get back up. It might have been enough for the Kasich Limerence, because you can see here, they're down to only 1 player. Galacticos, they had the control, but Fenerbahce, they weren't taken down quick enough. They will claim the chicken dinner this time in Miramar in a strong finish here, in a strong position on the leaderboard. They've sure that's the second into a first winner chicken dinner for this roster.
That was really, really well done. I think we didn't see too much of them. They were down on that lower end of the hillside there for the longest time, but they've managed to kind of claw their way up that angle, up that hillside, just kind of third party everybody to death. I think that is really the key there. They really went on a third party strategy rather than a full push from what I saw. So they were able to just kind of quietly move up the ranks, surprise team after team, and eventually surprise everybody into the win.
Yeah, and to be fair to Fenerbahce, they look like one of the stronger teams here in this group. They definitely look like a contender to top the group if they can keep this momentum going. I won't say that they will, because we did see a back-to-back coming through from Wildcats yesterday, and then they did fall off a little bit towards the final couple of games. But it is nevertheless still Fenerbahce here with a big performance with their chicken null Miramar, 18 total points, another 8 eliminations coming through from them. And I'm curious now to see if they can do just as aggressive and just as good work in Sanhok.
Oh, I mean, that's a big ask. I think we did see the Wildcats do that with the Miramar to Sandhog, but they're just such different maps, aren't they? It's very, very difficult to kind of switch with any sort of consistency between the very different strategies that you really need to use between the two games. So I think we'll have to see. 18 points, though, nothing to be sniffed at for sure. Even if they have just a decent game on Sandhog, they're going to be well in that top 2 position, I would have thought. So a very, very good game from them. I got to hand it to Kasich, though. Really, really good work coming in from them. I really liked how they played that, and I think they did get helped by the Lionesses there when fighting against Inception towards the end of that, or the beginning of the zone rather, and when they're getting gate kept. But I do think that Kasich actually played that really, really well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in Sandhawk. They seem to me a bit more of a snappier, smaller team that might actually do super well on a smaller map like Sandhawk.
Yeah, I definitely think the potential is there. And you know what I want to see in the potential? And I always look back towards the meme of where you had Arango, Yasnaya Poliana, the player picks him up, rescues him, and then puts him out for the sniper to take him down. And then wants him to take it. You remember the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I want to see rescues used more, or at least on camera more, because I think it's such a cool opportunity for teams, for players to move around the fight and reposition. And as we do go to the match rankings, you can see the teams here, Fenerbahce, Galacticus, and also Cask Limerence teams, still a very even split. But to go back to the rescues, do you think that rescues are something that teams are picking up more and more now as time has gone on and teams have gotten used to that strategy?
I see it a lot in certainly the PMPLs and more so in the fall split than the spring splits. I think we're starting to see it a lot more. But I think they really still are used when only absolutely necessary, just because they take so much time, right? That animation, a lot of the time when you see these play for the end game. So when you end up getting knocked, you end up actually getting knocked in high pressure, high priority sort of situations where you just need to go. So I think it's something that players are starting to use a lot more. We haven't seen too much of it in this league, but I'm wondering how that will change perhaps as we get closer to the finals.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see a bit more of that. As you said, it has been picked up more and more in the recent months and the recent fall season. Amaya, though, on our player focus, will be the one with another 7 eliminations for themselves. And they're also, to be fair, Catholic Limerence getting, or sorry, should I say, they're also getting the final 2 spots there at the bottom, 4 eliminations each. The damage, though, from Fenerbahce, you can see Alina, and I was curious to see the damage charts. Is it something where, like Galatasaray, we see high damage counts from each of those players, or is it something that Alina is doing now, time and time again, in terms of Fenerbahce's eliminations?
Well, I think certainly from that game, if I'm remembering kind of going back to where they were, how they were playing, I think that's probably fairly even, give or take a few hundred damage points. But we are seeing there Fenerbahce actually a lot more damage than eliminations. We're seeing that for quite a few, except Kasich again. They keep stealing kills, Wolf.
Look, I mean, Kasich, when they get the elimination points, it doesn't matter how much damage you do, because at the end of the day, it's the elimination points that matter, Neptura. And if you can steal your way into the next phase, by all means, that might be the difference maker in the finals that gets you that extra money in the end of the tournament. Looking at Fenerbahce and Galatasaray, though, no surprise, I think, to see them again at the top with those high damage numbers. You saw the control they had in that zone and the amount of free reign that they had in a lot of the teams. I mean, Fenerbahce, especially coming, as you said, alive at the final points of that game, just really were able to gatekeep a lot of those players. We check out, though, the overall standings here as we have now concluded to our first 5 matches. Fenerbahce, no surprise, at the top with 32 points, but it is a little bit tighter towards the end of that left side of the leaderboard.
It is indeed. I love that have moved in to the second spot without any wins whatsoever. That's a great result from them. Galacticos and as well coming in there. White and Yakut both tied at the moment. But as I look more towards the right side, Wolf, I'm seeing a couple of teams down there that have really had a really hard time at the moment. I mean, hard to kill and women only 1 point for 2 games. So it's a really tough spot. I just really hope that 2 things. One, that this Sandhawk is a lot better to them. We know that it's a good map for teams who are struggling a little bit, and number 2, that this doesn't affect their mentality too much for at least tonight, and that they can come next few games and get some extra points.
Yeah, you can see, right, Fenerbahce, 2 games, they're already at 32. You can realistically, by the time you get to 32 points, 45, 50 for sure are qualified in the top 16. As we check out our top MVP, though, of the second match at the end of it, should I say, as Kasich Limerence, they will be in 10 elimination points so far, with Amaya at the top of the standings so far, and I'm getting the sense that these ladies in this group are a little bit more aggressive, should I say, in who is at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think that game in general is far more aggressive than the first one. I think it really did call for getting rid of teams as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So you are seeing those